Raz, dwa, trzy, raz, jeden, dwa, trzy, raz, jeden, 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 raz, dwa, trzy, raz, jeden, 128, 303. Jeszcze?
You must realize
Czy to ostatecznie, bo już chcę dać je do wydruku, wiesz? Bo oczywiście nasze komputery nie uznają już żadnych innych pendrive'ów.
Tak, to jest najmniejsza droga. Mieć własną sieć, własne komputery, to jest wszystko.
Tylko właśnie...
I wyjechać na delegację.
Tak.
Tak. Marco Rachowides, Benjamin, Krzysztof Galos, Suzan, Adam Oleś, Stanisław Mikulski i Lance Korony nie ma. Dobra. Teraz zobaczymy, przeklikamy. Ty, to weź przeklikaj, a ja jedę jeszcze szybko do toalety, bo zaraz jak się zacznie, to... Zobaczymy.
A mamy
Ladies and gentlemen, to the EU Raw Materials Policy Conference here in the AGH University in Krakow. And I pronounced it correctly, I believe. Thank you. So, I think we're all very well aware of the subject matter of the day. I'm not going to read out the program to you. It is the subject of the moment, of course. It is the subject that arguably is the most important challenge on Europe's agenda today. So, the Critical Raw Materials Act provides a framework for that. Our national interests will be discussed today, our plans, our challenges, our opportunities, our partners, our friends, and more. So I would like to call to the podium our opening speakers, which is Mr. Krzysztof Galosz, the Under-Secretary of State and Chief National Geologist from the Ministry of Climate and Environment from the Republic of Poland. He's also the High Representative on the CRM Board. Kirsten Jorna, who is the Director General from DG GROW. Kirsten, where are you? Ah, sorry, I beg your pardon. You had the microphones in front of you, I apologize. Nicola Beer from the European Investment Bank. Bernd Schaefer from EIT Raw Materials, and our host, Jerzy Lis, who is the rector of the AGH University here in Krakow. So please, ladies and gentlemen, if you could come up and please. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have representatives from various embassies and from the Polish government here. So thank you, sir, for your facilitation today and for the whole series of wonderful events during the Polish presidency of the European Union. Without further ado, I'm going to invite Krzysztof Galosz to either speak from the seat or come to the lectern as you prefer.
Dear honored guests, thank you for accepting my invitation and arriving in such a large number. Unfortunately, due to venue limitations, it was not possible to invite in person everyone interested in this conference, so we also have online guests. I welcome warmly all of you. I'm glad that we are raising discussion on Critical Raw Materials Act implementation and more general on EU raw materials policy just here in Krakow in AGH University. This university for over 100 years is deeply involved in the study of natural resources, including those raw materials which are currently recognized as critical ones. The university has a long tradition of training specialists and conducting research in areas related to geology and mining. More will say my friend Rector Jerzy Lis about this. Though it is a very large technical university of wide spectrum of specialties, its initial name, Akademia Górniczo-Hutnicza, Academy of Mining and Metallurgy, was devoted to mining and metallurgical sciences. Patron of this university, Stanisław Staszic, was one of the pioneers of Polish geology and mining. Early in the 19th century, his research into the geological mapping and study of occurrences of numerous natural resources, especially in areas traditionally recognized as Polish ones. Polish was, in these times, Polish was not independent. As well as his involvement in mining reforms and geological and mining education has a huge impact on the development of geology and mining in Poland. So, we are meeting here almost a year after the entry into force, the EU Critical Raw Materials Act, CRMA. This document not only set the direction of the implementation of EU raw materials policy, but more importantly, opened a new significant chapter in building European raw materials security. All we know that critical raw materials are the foundation of modern technologies. They are essential for the energy transformation, the development of electromobility, and digitalization. Some of these raw materials are also important for the development of the defense and space industry, as well as innovative medical devices. Without these raw materials, development of sustainable modern economy is not possible. When we look into first steps of CRMA implementation, we can say that it has been a year of intensive work, real decisions, and concrete impacts. Two actions are, in my opinion, important examples of what we have achieved so far. First, selection of strategic projects for future production of strategic raw materials, and first drafts of national exploration programs of critical raw materials sources. We are here today to take stock of this first year and to exchange experiences gained during this period. We want to assess what has been done successfully and where we need support to achieve the goals we have set. Do we need to change or add anything? Today's conversation will be the good opportunity for such initial assessments. Here we have representatives of governments, industry, geological service, financial institutions, and others. Such a broad spectrum of participants will certainly allow us to exchange experiences and ideas, maybe also some preliminary conclusions. However, it has to be underlined that this first year should be treated as a kind of foundation. Now it is also time to move on, and we need to put the first results into practice. I think that we should also to put CRMA initiative forward, taking into account such issues as, for example, mechanism of support of member states in fostering public acceptance for raw materials production, de-risking mineral value chains by urgently addressing key gaps in financing and markets, as well as promotion of open and stable international raw materials trade. This, in my opinion, should be also a matter of today's discussion. We will start with high-level panel on the importance of raw materials policy in ensuring the raw materials security of European Union. Further panels sessions will be devoted to industry outlook into raw materials supply chain for Europe's industry, role of geological service in improvement of the EU raw materials security, role of the dialogue with non-EU countries in relation to critical raw materials value chains, discussion on the instrument of strategic projects with some strategic projects promoters, as well as possibilities of support, especially financial support of projects, along the critical raw materials value chain. I would like to underline that Poland has started intensively to implement CRMA duties and activities. We prepared project of domestic act implementing CRMA to be further processed by government and parliament. It will define responsibilities of various government institutions, state institutions, to implement rules and obligations resulting from CRMA, with leading role of the chief national geologist in this process. All these CRMA domestic actions will be also closely related to the new Polish mineral policy to be prepared in the end of this year. It is also closely linked to the motto of our presidency in the European Union Council. This motto is Security Europe. In this case, mostly it deals with economic and energy security. Poland observes with satisfaction that Critical Raw Materials Act significantly changes approach to critical raw materials here in Poland, but also in the whole European Union. We must work together to build a stronger, more sustainable economy based on as complete as possible integration of critical raw materials supply chains. To do so, we also need to strengthen our cooperation between EU countries, but also strategic partnerships with our partners outside of EU. Our common goal is not only to diversify sources of critical raw materials, but also to develop innovative technologies that will enable better use of the natural resources and their recycling opportunities. We are convinced that only through unity and cooperation we can achieve higher level of independence regarding raw material supply for EU, which will allow for the further development of our economies and societies. Thank you for your attention.
May I ask Kerstin Jorna to come forward and make her opening statement? Thank you.
Dzień dobry, ladies and gentlemen, and a particular dzień dobry to you, Christoph, for bringing everyone together under the Polish presidency. I really feel stars are aligning. It's the right place, it's the right moment to do this, and it's the right people. Thank you all for coming. Also, dzień dobry, Jerzy, for hosting us. It's a real honor to be in this magnificent aula, where I understand both of you have been sweating at times because you were alumni of this university. It's really a very beautiful setting. Thank you so much for that. Why are raw materials hot today? I think there are 4 inconvenient truths that explain this. The first is that there is no decarbonization without raw materials. The second is that Europe does not have these raw materials. If you look at wind turbines, the motors, rare earth elements, we depend 97% on China. If you look at electrolyzers, platinum, we depend to 70% on South Africa. If you look at batteries, lithium, we're also in the 90% dependent from China today. And even, and that's my third inconvenient truth, if we have them, we're not able to process them. We lack capacity, and sometimes we also lack knowledge, which means that some absurd situations arise that we buy them, or our companies buy the stuff in Australia and Canada, and then it's shipped to China to be processed. And the fourth inconvenient truth is, if we want to have them and want to process them ourselves, we need investment and we need a business case behind it. So what do? Does Europe have a plan to deal with these 4 inconvenient truths? Yes, we do. It's called Critical Raw Materials Act. And if you already mentioned, Christoph, it's a year old. It is a legislation that was never seen before, a new type of legislation. Because in the single market, 30 years, we've been aligning or harmonizing 12, 15, 27 national rules. We've set the framework. But this is the first legislation actually where we look at the business case. Why do we have these inconvenient truths? And why does the business case not work? And then we looked at the permitting, decades of permitting. We looked at the financing. Banks don't want to invest in this. Then we looked at the skills, very few. And then we looked at the market. So we really started from the business case. The Critical Raw Material Act, and then we acted upon it with the Critical Raw Materials Act. So first of all, there is one list, 34 critical raw materials, 17 of which strategic, and it's the only list for Europe. So good signal to investors, not every country has its own strategic list. Then we put in what some of my investor friends call the magic in the Act, which is the targets. 10% domestic mining, 40% domestic recycling, and 25% domestic recycling. And these targets mean that there is a market. I mean, they're not targets against which member states have to account, and they're not bureaucratic targets. They are targets that frame what we consider to be not dependent, and that frame where policymakers in the single market, all of them, will put their priority. So that's a powerful signal to investors. And then we have the permitting turbo. When Jacques Delors first presented the single market project, he presented a deal to member states. He said, we will regulate at EU level, so we replace 27 regulations by one in the single market, but you, member states, you implement it. We don't touch your administration, because that was the most touchy, because officials want to keep their posts. And that was called subsidiarity. We tore the veil of subsidiarity in the Critical Raw Materials Act because we introduced a single procedure for permitting for raw material, for these, for extraction, refining, and recycling. And state-of-the-art procedure, digital, cut-off dates, lots of discussions we had. I see Hildegard and Nicola here, with the Parliament as well, and an end date. So that as an investor, you say after 18, 27 months, I know I can go ahead, or I put my money somewhere else. I don't wait for decades, because that was a very bad investment case. And then, of course, we have an investment turbo here, also with the strategic projects. Now, we have our first class of strategic projects, 47 of them, which correspond to an investment volume of 22.5 billion. Obviously, it's not that we have this in our pocket, this money, but it's a very strong signal that the de-risking capacity of member states and the EU will focus on these 47, and there will be a next call actually coming up. But it means that there is, again, investment in Europe in the raw materials sector. The EIB only recently adopted, you will probably explain that, a new strategy which is backed up by 2 billion. We have the EBRD that sets aside 300 million for the super risky stuff, the kind of start-up stuff of the raw materials, which is the exploration, to support this. We also had already spent 500 million on research, and there will be another research call coming up for 80 billion. So you see, the money is starting to get into it, and you know, we will have more risk-taking and shared risk-taking in this. The board, the Critical Raw Material Board, which is the kind of piloting station in the whole act, has already met. Christoph is a member of it. We have subgroups on specific projects, and they already work together. On top of it, if you read our Critical Raw Materials Act, the targets, set 10, 40, 25, you can read it also in a different way. You can read it as 90, 60, 75, because that's our offer to partner countries. We want to partner with you. We want to have cooperation on raw materials, and that offer was already accepted by 14 countries with whom we have strategic raw material partnership. Before we did this, the world was binary. We had a free trade agreement with someone, or we had nothing. And the fact of having these strategic raw material partnerships, and I really pay tribute to my team, Madalina, I don't know where she is, and the team, they invented this format, which is a down-to-earth format. It's about bringing together supply and demand and making it a win-win case for everyone. And we bring our development money, we bring in our technology transfer where we can, we bring in training and skills, our companies on site. So this is a much better offer than only a big bag of money, which on top of it, most countries have to pay back. So what's the mega trends? I will tell you the ones I see at the moment, but I think when we'll have the discussions in the different panels as well, we will maybe refine this. So maybe I come back on them this afternoon. The three mega trends I see is, number one, from dirty to digital. It's unfortunately also true that mining has a bit of a dirty kind of connotation, and we have to shift that. We have to shift that into the mining is high-tech connotation. I've visited quite a number of mines. The amount of robots and robotics being used in it, these big trucks driving out autonomously, having battery-driven, the charging of batteries, like 1,000 meters below the earth by some wind turbines above. The below the ground mining advances that we have at the moment. And that's why we are putting also so much emphasis on the skills. We've created a skills academy for raw materials. We have, thank you Bernd, where are you? Scholarships now for girls, 5 scholarships for girls who move into this direction. I think collectively we can do a big effort to change that perception of mining from dirty to high-tech and securing our future, actually. And a place like this, Rector Jerzy, is really the place to start with the students. My second mega trend I see is be prepared. We see a blonde gentleman walking around the world and saying, give me your raw materials. Raw materials can get into the crosshairs when, countries discuss with each other. I personally think they can also be the bridge, but we have to be prepared that we will have more of this Chinese, sorry, today I don't have graphite for you anymore, or I don't have germanium for you anymore. So we're thinking in terms of joint procurement, having some sort of reserve. It's a bit of a timid approach in the Critical Raw Materials Act. At the moment, we monitor the reserves that everyone has, but then everyone does not want to tell us how many reserves they have, and companies sometimes they don't want to tell us what they need because they think this is a business secret. Well, I think we all have to make a bit of a forward looking here, and take inspiration from Japan, JOGMEC. I don't know if there's anyone from Japan here or online, but that's really an example to think about and not be dependent. So when China 2 years ago said, sorry, no magnesium for you today, we had all of a sudden the whole car industry coming to a halt because they needed that magnesium for the steel and as an alloy. So be prepared. And my third mega trend is think cycle. And for this purpose, I brought you my beauty case. I will open my beauty case. This is a battery. This is everything you can back from a battery. And in the recycling. However, the recycling of a battery, because nobody thinks about it, is of an incredible complication. Already when you take the battery out of the car, it's hazard. It's hazardous waste. You have to transport it in a different way. When you get it to the recycling site, you don't know how to discharge it fully. And as long as you can't, it's pretty dangerous. Then when you have discharged it, hopefully, you don't know how to open it because there's no standards for how you open such a battery. So you have to try. Or crush, and when you've opened it, great, you don't know what's in it because there's no standards on what has to be in the battery. And then you have to start the chemical process, I don't have to tell you, Rector, which has its complications as well. So that's something we want to improve. We already have the battery regulation, but we want to improve more. And then, you get something like black mass. And that black mass, unfortunately, is exported. So it doesn't stay in the cycle. Also here we have to kind of think ahead. Today, if you have certain battery technologies like NMC, for example, almost everything can be recycled. So people are starting to imagine projects like leasing of raw materials. So I'm a car producer, I lease the raw material, I do my battery, which of course reduces the price of the car, and then I give it back, after the battery is exhausted. And we have these cycles, which could actually help to build new business models. It's clear today we don't have enough in the cycle, in any cycle, batteries or any other. So but we need to factor the cycle in. And I want to leave you with a very last message or image, which is Kinga, Saint Kinga, which I discovered in the salt mine yesterday. Her attribute is a ring, because there was this ring she threw and then everything was discovered. But the ring of St. Kinga, this is really what we have to remember as the third meta trend. I'm looking very much forward to our discussions today. Thank you.
Kirsten, thank you very much. You've given us an awful lot to chew on, may I say. I have been a little forgetful, and I apologize to the people that I may have wronged. I did not mention a couple of the event partners because I was trying to rush at the beginning to get us to start on time. One, of course, will be one of our later speakers, EIT Raw Materials. The others are ZGH Boleslav, who are in the mining and smelting of zinc and zinc alloys, and Elemental Strategic Metals, who are in the development and implementation of technology for processing, recovering, and refining of metals. I thank you for your support and your facilitation today, and I give the floor to Nicola Beer.
Thank you very much, State Secretary and Rector Liss. It's really a pleasure to be back to Krakow. I really enjoy not only this room, but it's really a city renowned for its rich cultural heritage and intellectual legacy. Being here, and I have to say it also, especially as a German 80 years after the end of the Second World War, serves as an important reminder for all of us of our shared responsibility to uphold democracy, human dignity and unity, especially in these challenging times. Home to one of the oldest universities, Krakow has long been a center of knowledge and innovation and is now emerging as a growing tech hub. And as we see today's conference, also for minerals and the very important topics. This makes it a particularly meaningful venue to discuss the critical role of raw materials in securing Europe's sustainable, resilient, and strategic future. Europe's future depends on secure access to critical raw materials. Without them, there would be no life-saving medical technologies, no satellites to keep us connected, no electric grids to power our homes and industries, and no defense systems to protect us and to protect our values, our democracy, our lives. Recent geopolitical tensions, including in Ukraine, Canada, and Greenland, have exposed how fragile global supply chains are. They have also shown that critical raw materials and rare earth elements are increasingly being used as instruments of political leverage. Europe's heavy dependence on imports, particularly from China, Kerstin already mentioned it, which dominates both supply and processing of these materials, poses serious economic and strategic risks. China's recent export restriction on rare earths as part of the ongoing trade conflict between the United States and China could have a significant impact on Europe's economy. And already before, we saw regular manipulation of CRM markets with the result of high volatility of prices and consequently difficulties of bankability of new CRM projects. These are heavy challenges we have to deal with. But for sure, this is not the place for a wake-up call. For all of us here, it is clear to safeguard our strategic autonomy, we must strengthen the entire critical raw materials value chain, from exploration, mining, and processing to refining, recycling, and substitution, while ensuring sustainable resource management. The Polish presidency, State Secretary, has really placed the issue at the top of the agenda, and it aligns closely with Poland's ambitions in renewable energy and its expanding role in the European electric vehicle supply chain, both of which rely on materials like rare earths, lithium, and cobalt. The European Investment Bank Group is at the forefront of efforts to secure a sustainable and resilient supply of critical raw materials, working closely with the European countries. In 2024 alone, we provided 1 billion euros in financing for CRM-related projects. Our project pipeline includes more than 3 billion euros in potential future investments. Earlier this year, our board of directors approved an action plan to step up our support for critical raw materials. Looking ahead, we aim to double our annual financing for critical raw materials projects to 2 billion euros. This includes supporting CRM extraction and processing, both of which are capital incentive fields currently underdeveloped in Europe, breaking, recycling and substitution to drive innovation and circularity, working closely with governments, industry and international partners to maximize impact. To make this happen, we have set up a dedicated critical raw materials task force and a one-stop shop to streamline projects across the entire value chain. We also leverage our existing product suite to support the exploration activities of mining companies, as well as the development of new technologies aimed at improving exploration processes. Our commitment doesn't stop at the borders of the European Union. Through initiatives like the Mineral Security Partnership and our Memorandum of Understanding with Ukraine, we are fostering international collaboration to secure sustainable and diversified supplies. The MOU with Ukraine, signed in 2021, is a prime example, Kerstin, laying the groundwork for technical assistance and joint investments in mining, processing, and environmental management. Ukraine possesses significant deposits of minerals that are crucial for Europe's industrial development and technological advancement. However, realizing the full potential of these deposits will require substantial investment and development, a process that may take years to materialize. The European Investment Bank stands ready, together with the European Union, to support these efforts. Kerstin Jorna has mentioned the list of strategic projects that could potentially diversify and secure access to critical raw materials in the European Union. I'm very pleased to share that the EIB is already engaging with most of the listed projects, including here in Poland. Of course, any project we support must be bankable, employ best practices, and meet ethical and environmental standards. This is crucial for building win-win partnerships with like-minded actors around the world. Partners who engage their communities, value transparency, and ensure societal acceptance. However, the expansion and diversification of critical raw material supply chains present multi-phase challenges. Extended lead times, diverse investment risk, hurdles related to environmental, social, and governance criteria, market volatility, lengthy permitting processes, and the bottleneck of exploration. Together, these challenges lead to limited access to finance and increased financing costs. Solutions are possible, but we must have a broad ranging. Effective, tailor-made financing mechanisms, including financing through public-private funding models and transparent marketplaces like commodity exchanges, are essential. Additionally, we must accelerate and sometimes catch up technology and best practices in refining and processing critical raw materials. Even if global investment in transition minerals has more than doubled since 2016, however, this falls well short of what is needed to meet the growing demand for critical raw materials, including demand driven by clean energy technologies, electric vehicles, and defense needs. However, if government and industry delay new commitments until shortage becomes acute, we risk dependency, market tightness, and heightened price volatility, leading to more expensive investment costs in the future. Proactive investments, ladies and gentlemen, is imperative to ensure a stable short and long-term supply of critical raw materials. The European Investment Bank plays its part but we need governments, industry, banks, private investors, and policymakers at the table to help to build a resilient and sustainable critical raw material ecosystem. To meet Europe's future needs, we must adopt a holistic strategy, one that includes circularity, innovation, domestic capacity, and strong global partnerships. The Polish EU Council presidency's leadership in this area couldn't be more timely. By fostering dialogue and driving practical solutions, this conference is an important step forward. Now is the time to act. Together we can turn these ambitions into reality and ensure that Europe leads the way in innovation, sustainability, and resilience. Thank you.
It can only be inspiring to hear the European Investment Bank saying, now is the time to act. Thank you for those words very much. Over to my friend and long-term colleague, Bernd Schäfer from EIT Raw Materials. He needs no introduction from me.
Thank you very much, and I should say it's a pleasure to be here. Ministers, distinguished colleagues and friends, it's a true honor to address you here in Krakow, a city where history meets science and where Europe's industrial legacy intersects with its innovation potential. Let me begin by warmly thanking the Polish Presidency of the Council of the European Union for hosting this level conference and for placing raw materials security at the strategic heart of the European policy agenda. Special thanks to my esteemed fellow panelists, Krzysztof Galos, Under-Secretary of State and Chief National Geologist, Nicolas Baer, Vice President, European Investment Bank, Kerstin Jorna, Director General, DG GROW, European Commission, and Jerzy Lis, Rector, AGH University of Krakow. And to our co-organizers, the Polish Geological Institute, National Research Institute, AGH University of Krakow. It is especially fitting that we meet in Poland, a country whose mining legacy has powered Europe for generations. Today, Poland's role has evolved from extraction to recycling, value-added processing, innovation, and contributions to Europe's strategic resilience. Projects such as the rare earth separation facility in Puławy and Polish activities in cobalt, molybdenum, nickel, lithium, and other battery metals reflect a new European ambition, not only to extract, but to process, recycle, retain value, and lead. Poland's contribution to securing supplies of these minerals and metals is critical to the EU's security, resilience, and to the twin sustainable and digital transitions. Let us be candid. While we celebrate progress, we must confront reality. Europe remains dangerously exposed. Just last month, China introduced export controls on 7 heavy rare earth elements, including dysprosium and terbium, essential for wind turbines, electric vehicles, robotics, and defense. As of April 2025, special export licenses are now required, adding complexity, uncertainty, and geopolitical risk. These restrictions could bring European production to a standstill. This is not just a market issue, this is strategic leverage. As the Financial Times noted, this echoes the Trump-era tariff escalations, with China leveraging its near monopoly. Today, China controls 70% of global rare earth mining, 87% of processing, 91% of refining, and 94% of magnet manufacturing. This is the outcome of decades of strategic industrial policy that has underestimated the strategic dimension of raw materials. In the coming decades, the rise of renewables and electric cars will require huge incremental amounts of critical materials. If countries stick to their current climate pledges, the IEA estimates that the annual demand for rare earth, nickel, cobalt, and lithium will grow by 62, 73, 80, and 400%, respectively by 2040. Even demand for copper, which already is high, is projected to rise by 1/3 to 37 million tons. The EU has already responded with a clear legislative compass, the Critical Raw Materials Act. 10% of annual consumption to be extracted within the EU. We repeat this all the time, it's like in a church, right? 40% to be processed in the EU, 25% to come from recycling, and no more than 65% of any strategic raw material to come from a single third country. These targets are ambitious but achievable if and only if we execute a strategic plan with urgency, precision, and shared ownership. That is why we, as EIT Raw Materials, propose a 5-pillar agenda for Europe. Pillar 1, responsible extraction in Europe. Europe is not resource poor. We have lithium in Portugal and Finland, rare earth in Poland, Sweden, and Greenland, tungsten and antimony in Spain, industrial metals across Central and Eastern Europe. What we lack is alignment on permitting, investment, and public acceptance. Instead of a passive, not in my backyard, NIMBY mindset, we must promote an active, better in my backyard, BIMBY approach, where extraction is responsible, sustainable, and aligned with Europe's high environmental and social standards. We must take concrete measures to de-risk investment, streamline permitting, build a social license to operate, and support member states to act decisively. Pillar 2, industrial circularity. Recycling within a circular economy is not just a green ideal, it is a pillar of competitiveness. While Europe leads in aluminum and copper recycling, we must go further in rare earths, battery materials, critical alloys. To achieve this, we must incentivize design for disassembly, build mandatory take-back schemes, create end-to-end recovery infrastructure, promote total product ownership from design to disposal. Circularity must be systemic, built into every product from day one onwards. Pillar 3, global partnerships with depth and accountability. Strategic autonomy does not mean isolation. The EU must deepen its global gateway diplomacy, turning memoranda into international partnerships that are characterized by concrete definitions of joint investments, tangible offtake agreements, trusted industrial partnerships. Europe must take the lead on a global diplomacy of trust, capital, and commitment. Pillar 4, innovation and technological sovereignty. We will not out-mine or out-refine on volume, but Europe can and must out-innovate. Our edge is technology. Innovation is our industrial sovereignty strategy. EIT Raw Materials has co-funded over 600 innovation projects across 20 countries. These include, for example, substitution technologies, high-performance magnets from recycled content, AI-enabled traceability, green chemistry, and advanced refining, just to mention a few. Pillar 5, most important, skills and talent for the future. None of all this works without people. Europe needs an estimated 1.2 million skilled professionals in raw materials by 2030, ranging from blue-collar workers to engineers and geologists to data scientists and technicians. We welcome the announcement by Kerstin Jorna of the upcoming Raw Materials Academy, EIT Raw Materials is proud to lead the European Raw Materials Academy, the Girls Go Circular initiative, aiming to reach 150,000 young women in the age between 14 and 19 years by 2027, the circular learning space aligned with the Digital Education Action Plan, and lifelong learning and reskilling partnerships across Europe. We work hand in hand with educators and industry to deliver interactive, challenge-based learning. Now let's talk financing and strategic alignment. Money isn't everything, but without money, everything becomes nothing. A strategy without non-defined financial resources is a risk that Europe cannot afford. We therefore call for a dedicated critical raw materials facility in the next EU multi-annual financial framework, blended finance mechanisms with the EIB, EBRD, and national banks, simplified permitting and risk mitigation tools to attract private investments, an annualized quantification of EU volume needs across 34 strategic and critical materials to prioritize and enable predictable collaboration with global partners. Before I close, an invitation. Next week in Brussels, we continue this journey at the EIT Raw Materials Summit 2025 with its leading topic, the race to 2030. This is the EU flagship forum for raw materials innovation, investment, and strategic dialogue with participants from policy, industry, first-time defense, and international partners from Ukraine, Chile, Greenland, Canada, and beyond. Topics discussed on the main stage include CRMA implementation and the Circular Economy Act, financing and de-risking of projects, strategic partnerships, workshop transformation, and if you have not yet registered, I warmly invite you to join us. In conclusion, thanks also to the Polish presidency, raw materials are firmly at the top of the European agenda. The Danish presidency will carry this baton forward. We now stand at the beginning of 5 decisive years that will determine whether Europe leads or lags in the global race for raw materials, an unprecedented opportunity. This is Europe's moment to lead with unity, vision, and speed. So let us act decisively, let us invest strategically, and let us empower our people, because the race to 2030 is already on. Let's run it together, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Bernd. You talked about the legacy, the heritage of Poland in terms of mining, and you talked about the future and the need to invest. That describes university very well, I would say, a repository of the treasure of knowledge and the responsibility to take it forward to the next generation. Jerzy Lisz, rector of this great institution and our host, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mark Rechowitzis, Mr. Government, Mr. Minister, Mrs. General Director, Presidents, and all our distinguished guests during this meeting. Good morning, everybody, and welcome cordially in Poland, Krakow, AGH, and this room is our aula. When you can see the series of portraits of our rectors, president of AGH University, and I must say to your society, this is a history of development of teaching and research in raw materials in Poland, in Central Europe. Because, thank you, Mr. Minister Krzysztof Galos, for introducing our school. So I have very easy now task to do it. That really AGH, Academy of Mining and Metallurgy, is a university which have the raw materials in his strategy from the beginning. So I have a great honor and satisfaction host of you with my vice president, vice rectors, Rafał Wiśniowski, in our school in the main day of the high-level conference of EU raw materials policy, organized as a part of calendar of the Polish presidency of the Council of the European Union 2025. So I have very easy task after the distinguished speakers, because we know everybody about raw materials, these importers, the policy, and everything. So thank you, first of all, for your speech. Thank you, Kerstin, for the word against to the university, and especially for your talks, because as you know, maybe you don't know, that all the topics in your speech are included in our strategy of AGH. So thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Bern, for your speech. And I'm very pleased that we have here the continuation of comprehensive debate on one of the more important topics in the European Union policy, is a raw materials policy, especially in the context of critical raw materials, the raw materials generally, the transformation of the economy, because raw materials now is one of the important topics in the world, in the politics, on all the countries in our globe. Today's deliberation, with the participation of representatives of ministers, European Union institutions, the world of the science and industry, are the unique in nature. Not only because of the importance with this presidency, but above all because of the growing importance of raw materials as a context of our geopolitical security, economic stability, and included them, so important in Europe, climate protection. In this current, dramatically changing the geopolitical situation, as we see looking at the media, the issue of raw material security is gaining one of the particular importance. Access to strategic natural resources, both energy and mineral, is becoming one of the key factors determining the economic stability and political independence on the states. It's create the nears and the next future of each country, each of the citizens, not only in Europe. For Poland, ensuring safe, sustainable, and predictable sources of supply of raw materials is not only a challenge, but also a necessity. We understand it, especially in this building, in this university. Building the resilience of the raw material system, developing domestic sources, and investing in innovative recovery and recycling technology are the foundation for the energy and industrial security in the country. The AGS University is active, is trying to be active, involved of these, all the topics. Our mission is to support Europe, including Europe, but also Poland, in building the raw materials independence by staff education, preparing the spatially for economy, developing of new, modern, not only modern, modest technology for the mining, for everything what is related with the materials, and international research cooperation, what is so important is such at the difficult times. I must say personally, it's also very close to me because I'm a specialist in material science and I'm working in my research in the end of this line. But you are so important because you're starting in materials, in raw materials. I would like to thank you, the Vice Minister, Mr. Krzysztof Galos, Minister of Climate and Environment, and all the partners from EIT. Raw materials, Professor Schaffer. The representative of the European Union Commission, the General Director, Kerstin Jorna, and the heads of the Polish Geological Institute, Director Szamałek, and all the institutions involving for organizing this very important event. I'm sure that this meeting will result in the conclusion, remarks, and initiative will be not only support the development of raw materials resiliency, but increase and develop raw materials economy in our continent, in our world. Thank you once more for your presence, and I wish us the fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to our opening panel. I'd like you to please return to your seats. We need to press ahead now with our first working session. If I could invite to come forward, please. Yes. Oh, pardon me. Jyrki Aukio from the Finnish Ministry, who is the Deputy Director General. Please, Jyrki. Benjamin Galazon, who most of you know, I am sure. Benjamin, here we are, great. Christophe Gallos, I'm sorry to make you rush up and down. Take your time, sir. He's returning to this panel. Marta Saraiva from Portugal. Suzanne Sech-Konduros from Germany, and we've just had some news from Germany. I just noticed all those phones going up. Very happy that I'm here. Yes. And last but not least, we have Zdenek Venera from the Czech Republic, who's the head of the Geological Survey. We did have a request from Italy for a participation. Is that going to go ahead? Would you like to join us, Madame? And I'm going to ask you, as we haven't met, could you please introduce yourself? Please. Madame, welcome.
Hi, I'm Francesca Salvemi. I'm the head of the technical cabinet from the Minister Pichetto Fratin, that is the Italian Minister of Environment and Energy Security.
Thank you very much, Madame. Please, I'll stand, it's okay. It's nice to have an undercapacity of panelists, so this is great. Thank you very much. I think it falls to us really to set the scene today. I don't need two of these. You need to activate your microphones, ladies and gentlemen, so if I leave you one there. We need to set the scene today. We've had a description of the Critical Raw Materials Act, its challenges, its aspirations. How are we going to make it work? How is it going to fit into your individual countries' agendas, actions, and policies? You've had, I think in each of your cases, successful applications to become strategic projects, some more than others, in different areas. And that reflects perhaps different priorities. So I'm going to ask Jyrki to start, if I may. All I'd like to really ask the participants to do, because I'd like them to have a small intervention, and then we can try and have a general discussion. I'm slightly conscious of our time, so I'm going to try and compress this a little bit, I warn you. Tell us a little bit about your priorities, what you see the challenges may be. You've written some very interesting things in terms of how you're looking to our industry as part of a future solution, which is music to my ears as a representative of Euromines. But please, sir.
Thank you, Mark. And good morning for everyone. Great to be here. First of all, I think I want to answer the obvious. We definitely need raw material policy. I think we have been doing that for years on national level and EU level, but I think it's obvious that it has not, our action has not been strong enough. The recent developments around the world have been like a wake-up call for all of us, and fortunately we have now taken action lately. As most of you know, Finland is one of the most relevant European countries in the field of mining industry. We are maybe the only EU nation that possesses all the key raw materials needed for batteries, for example. Maybe something that is not that well known is that in addition to extraction, we have even a more remarkable role in the processing part of the value chain. And when our current government started 2 years ago, in its program, it gave us a task to prepare a national mineral strategy. And we completed the work at the end of last year. To summarize the key idea, it is a strategy for sustainable growth for the mineral sector. And there are two different aspects in this. So first of all is the idea of making use of the minerals in our own soil. And then the other aspect is to making use of the skill and competencies we do have so that we are able to provide help for other member states and other companies in finding the technical and environmental solutions that are needed to go when we are moving into the future. So when we prepared our strategy, we invited stakeholders from academia, from industry, and from the NGOs as well, because it's important to get all the relevant players around the same table. And our ambitious goal in the work was to get better public acceptance to the industry. From our perspective, that cannot be done without an open dialogue. The reputation of mining industry in many countries, Finland is one of them, is not very good. So if we want to get the acceptance, the operations must be responsible and sustainable. And I can say there is strong emphasis on these themes in our strategy, and from my perspective, it's really important to address these questions also if we want to build the industry in the EU. So maybe that's one of the key messages from our national approach for the EU level work. So the need for critical raw materials is growing all the time. We need them in clean transition, we need them in digitalization, we need them in defense industry. Most of the people understand this, but nevertheless the idea of having a mine in my backyard doesn't sound so impressive. It would be better to get the minerals from somewhere, I don't know where, but somewhere, not next to me. In our strategy, we addressed 6 goals, and one of them was the effective implementation of CRMA. I think that clearly illustrates the importance of the work done in the EU in this field during the last 2-3 years. So we see that CRMA is supporting the goals addressed in our national strategy, and then on the other hand, I think that our national efforts are in line with the goals addressed in CRMA. So that's maybe my starting point. Thanks.
Zsiki, thank you very much indeed. This is a lovely panel in the sense that we could probably take several days to talk about the issues that are circling around us today. Benjamin, could I ask you for a perspective from France?
Good morning. Thank you very much, Christophe, for organizing this conference, and thank you to the Polish presidency for all its effort for this very important subject. So the question is, do we need stronger policy in critical minerals? It's clear, as it's just been said, that this policy is a necessity because the market is not really functioning. There are significant concentration in the market and trade and geopolitical constraints that are increasing. So the question is, are we doing enough? There has been some very significant progress. We have to recognize that at the EU level with the CRM Act, which is a very important act. At the EIB level also with the mandate that has been adopted recently. At the member state level, very important effort. It was mentioned for Poland. In France, we have implemented most of the Critical Raw Material Act legislation, launching the mapping of our resource, a new law to streamline permitting, stockpiling for defense, 2 billion euro of support for projects. We have recently announced 2 projects on the rare earths, one with the production in La Rochelle and one in the southwest of France. We have restarted mining with a very important lithium project covering 3 million vehicles a year. We have increased aluminium recycling by 50%. We have launched a new facility for copper. So very significant policy at the European level and at the member state level. But I still think that it's not enough because the situation has changed. Even compared to in 2023, when the Critical Raw Material Act was defined, the situation has significantly changed. First of all, the markets are very low. Companies are not investing. If you look at the exploration expense around the world, they are not increasing, in spite of the fact that we all know that there will be a big need for critical raw material. Companies are not investing. If you are looking at what kind of policies European company and European buyer are doing, they are doing less today than 2 years ago because the markets are low. They clearly don't really take long-term commitment. And we all know that a lot of projects in Europe that are very important are struggling because they really don't get offtakes. They don't get offtakes because the buyer don't want to commit, and they still prefer to buy cheap than to commit on long term. So it's clearly a more difficult market environment. The second aspect is restriction on trade. They have increased, clearly. So I would say that all the policy we have designed in 2033 are good, but we have to make more. First of all, I perfectly agree what Kirsten has said about common purchasing and stockpiling. We have to be much more bold, and we have to take an example on what the Japanese are doing since several years with the JOGMEC. It means really stockpiling, really purchasing, and really helping projects abroad. So we really encourage the Commission and all member states to participate in more bolder projects on this area of common purchasing and stockpiling. The second area I want to mention is the regulation environment. We, in the CRM Act, there has been, and Bernd has, and everybody is talking about that, our objective, 10%, 40%. But there is no regulation that supports this objective, except for some area, for example, for battery, where there is a mandatory recycling obligation, but there is no general obligation for company to purchase and to diversify their supply. So it would be a big change, but we think we have to consider that kind of regulation. We think that we have to consider more bold obligation for company, because there is a risk that they will not diversify if we don't do that. So I put that on the table. It's a new policies to consider, have to be progressive, but we have to think about that kind of things.
Thank you, Benjamin. I will come back in the discussion with a couple of points. I found that very stimulating. Much appreciated. We'll stick to the order as on the slide. Christoph, over to you, please.
Okay, so I would say a few words on how in Poland we view these things. But first of all, I would like to mention that all of you should have a number of our journal, where this Polish position is also described in this paper. So it is my privilege not to talk too long, because you can find some details inside. How we see it from our position. Of course, Poland is an important producer, but only of 2 critical raw materials. It is copper and it is coking coal. And on the other side, when we look as a consumer, it seems that Poland is an important consumer of only 15 of 34 critical raw materials. So this question about real demand is very, very important, on EU level and also on the level of each EU member state. So this is one thing I would like to mention. The second thing is that, of course, we have EU raw materials policy, but it is also, in my opinion, necessary to have each member state should have some kind of mineral policy of this state. And in case of Poland, this existing document is dated 2022, but now it seems to be completely obsolete because of CRMA. Yeah, and we have to implement all issues related to CRMA into the new mineral policy of Poland, with the project of which will be prepared in the end of this year, I hope so. And also, as Benjamin said, it is also an issue of some legislation. And it is, in our case, as I mentioned in the introductory speech, we recognize we need to implement it by the special domestic act, which is just prepared and just to be handled with the government and with Parliament. I hope also this year. And I would like also to mention the very important role of the Geological Service, also in Poland. And we have here opportunities, and we have, as it is supposed to be, a draft of the National Exploration Program. And it is a question, it is a great opportunity for Poland to make such an exploration program with great expectation or not. I would be in the medium, in between of this. Yes, we should look for some things to look better than previously, and there are some possibilities and some expectations, but it needs time. It needs time, and it is also a very important matter that some thresholds which are to be achieved in 2030 are really hard to achieve, especially this mining threshold, this 10%. The process of mining project implementation is very, very long. It is not only the issue of, let's say, if it would be strategic project, the issue of the one-stop shop and very, very quick procedure. Yes, but except of the environmental procedures. It is out of that. And these environmental procedures can stop any mining project, also in Poland, unfortunately, and if not, they could last many years sometimes many years. So this is really a great challenge, a great challenge. I'm more optimistic regarding processing, regarding recycling, regarding the diversification of the importing sources, but mining will be a great challenge, and for example, in Poland, the last metal ore mine constructed in Poland was opened 50 years ago. 50 years ago. So it is really, these are great opportunities, especially regarding copper, in my opinion, but also a lot of challenges. So this very brief some details look at the paper.
Thank you, Christoph. You touched on a lot of very interesting points, most of which I think we all deal with more or less on a daily basis, but nonetheless provide food for a good discussion afterwards. Marta, Portugal has, of course, a fine history of mining. It's also seen its more than its fair share of controversy. Where do we stand today, and what is your government doing to prioritize the demands of the CRMA?
So thank you, Mark, and thank you to the Polish presidency for organizing the conference. So where do we stand today? I'll try to be brief, just to give you some context on how we approached the CRM Act. We created a working group last July that was tasked to identify all the measures that we needed to implement in order to implement the act correctly, in the best way possible. So that working group worked until December in its first stage and came up with a proposal of an action plan where it identified all the laws that needed to be amended, all the policy actions that they understood to be needed to implement the act. And then we also had the first call for the strategic projects. These two lines allowed us to make at least a good diagnosis of the bottlenecks of the sector today in Portugal. And to be very honest, what we came up with, the result of this reflection is stakeholder engagement and social acceptance. We can have the best project, we can have the best laws, all the permits, and yes, there is a lot of work to be done at administrative level and to eliminate some of the hurdles, but without the acceptance of the communities, we won't get there. Basically, this was our diagnosis. Probably we took conscious of this in February, March. So what are we doing? We are developing a set of actions, we called it a global vision, if you want to, for 2030, that focus on basically 3 pillars. First of all, governance, we need that. One of the things that we also understood is that there is a general lack of knowledge on raw materials in Portuguese society. People don't know where the glass comes from, where the lithium comes from, what's within their funds. They have this general idea, but we need to do more on raw materials literacy if you want to. And what we are planning, and the third pillar, we called it engagement. So we will try to revise our legislation commands that when it comes to mining, and I understand that processing and recycling won't be a problem. This is basically a problem when it comes to extraction. And also to exploration. We are starting to see resistance even to exploration projects. People don't understand the difference. So there is a lot of communication and public communication to be done. We know that part of this, it's also responsibility of the companies, of the promoters, of course, but there is a role for us to, as policymakers, to, I wouldn't say explain because it sounds too paternalistic, but to provide information to the public so that they can know what there is in the territory, what can be used to, and not only for extraction. I think people know their territory very poorly. So in that sense, we will come up, hopefully, with a communications plan, an internal one. We will revise the stakeholder engagement model that we have for the extraction projects. We will try to do that. And we would like to have also a broader stakeholder engagement approach with more cooperation and collaboration between academia, research, the companies, the NGOs, we cannot forget them. They are quite active right now in Portugal. And also in soft skills, training our public administration to better deal with the local authorities, for instance, even NGOs again, and citizens. Because if we don't take this part as, how can I say this, as a pillar of our raw materials policy, what we feel in Portugal is that we won't get there. We won't be able to meet the goals, basically, especially those on extraction. I think there is also a very dirty collective memory when it comes to mining. It's true. I mean, people have that image of the miners with lung diseases, very tough. It's because it's the memory they have from their grandparents, and that stays for generations. We need to change that. We need to show them that things today are different. Yeah, a new face of mining, probably. And I think that's pretty much it. That's what we are planning to do right now. We hope to have this package ready by summer. And I hope we can meet again in 6 months or a year to tell you how the results. But we think this is the way. Yes, we are working on permitting, we are working on better legislation, capacity building within the administration, but right now this is the main bottleneck that needs to be addressed as soon as possible. And let me just add, also regarding education and literacy, we talk a lot about the future, but the future is not in university, it's in kindergarten. And that's something, the way geology and mining are taught in primary school, in secondary school, we need to address that too. So this is a very ambitious way to put it, but I think that that's the way. And what I mean by education, it's not only for the state to do it. So I think companies, civil society, all of us at home can have a role to play there too. So I think that's it.
Thank you very much, Martin.
Thank you.
You bring to mind a memory, quite recent. My wife is an expert in Parkinson's disease. She's quite an eminent neuroscientist. And I was reading on the kitchen table, as you do, I was reading a piece on carbon capture that was being deployed by RHI Magnesita, large magnesite producer. And she said, "What are you reading?" And I said, "Exactly that." I said, "Oh, I understand carbon capture. Magnesite, yes, I wrote a paper on that with some colleagues from the Ukraine, and it was about neurological diseases that were caused by the mining of magnesite." And I said, "Do you know what magnesite is used for?" No idea. What is magnesite? So it illustrates your point. So, by the way, she didn't find a causational link, so it was an interesting discussion, but not a final conclusion. Suzanne, Germany has extraordinary resources, extraordinary industry, and a mining sector that has been under some pressure. You've done a lot of work, it seems, through the EU Global Gateway in working with partners. So if you could possibly elaborate a little more on Germany's priorities, challenges, and what you see the opportunity for Europe's powerhouse. You need to click it, I think.
Okay, so thank you very much, Mark. And I must say that today is, for my blood pressure, better to be in Krakow than in Berlin. I don't know whether you're following the news, but it's very good to be here. You know, I'm feeling absolutely fine here. So thank you very much for organizing, especially Christoph, to you and your team, this event. And I think it's very good that the presidency is targeting the issue of raw materials as well. Because, you know, as a presidency, you're open to do events the way you want. And I think it's very, very good, Christoph, that you chose raw materials to be so prominent in your program. And I can perhaps recommend to all the presidencies that are following to do something like this, you know, so that we are all catching up and we are seeing where we are standing. You mentioned that we are heavily an industrialized country in Germany, so we depend very much on raw materials, and we very much depend on imports of raw materials because we don't have mining on metals in Germany for the time being. The Critical Raw Materials Act is, for us, a very, very good framework on which we can work. And perhaps later on you will put the question whether it's enough or not. But for the time being, it's what we have. And I think it addresses so many different issues that by reading it carefully, you are discovering again and again something new that by first reading you didn't realize. That means that we have there plenty of tools and instruments to work on. And I mean, we have it for 1 year now. So it's a very new legislation. And Kerstin said quite correctly that it's for the first time legislation in this field. So for us, at least, you know, we want to fill in, we want to live the Critical Raw Materials Act in all these different stages. That means from mining, and Jirke, you've mentioned it, you have much more mining compared to us. We want to engage in that much more. We want to be busy much more on circularity. We were passing a strategy in last December in the old government, I must say now, or I want to say, that, let's see, that we are going to work very decisively also on circularity, because it's a means to to reduce your dependency. It reduces, the consumption of raw materials. So it's, a very good thing to be really engaged in circularity. We want to partner with third countries. We want also to streamline permission procedures. I think this is a very important point. And one can also think that in the Commission there should be perhaps a more holistic view on things, because on the one hand there are a lot of regulations that are stipulating for permission procedures that might kill then the effect on the CRMA that we want to streamline, to make faster procedures. So, and then you have other legislation that are doing perhaps the opposite. So we have to find there a good balance. And I think for the new government, it will be one of the main priorities, because this is what business is telling us, that the procedures are still too long, even with the Critical Raw Materials Act in place. So I think we want to work on that. So all in all, we are very happy that we have the Critical Raw Materials Act. From the national point of view, of course, funding is also a big issue. We have the Raw Materials Fund that the new government wants even to extend. So this is a very important tool, even though it's not covering exploration, which is the tricky point. We have also the untied loan guarantees. And the question is then, is this all enough to face the geopolitical tensions that we have today? And I think this is the big question that we have to ask ourselves. Is this necessary to go steps more? What Benjamin, I think, is putting in the discussion. Or we say we have to live with what we have for the time being and see whether it's functioning, whether it's enough. I think this is the big question for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. I want to come back to you on that during the discussion. Very provocative statement. Zdeněk from the Czech Republic, some wise words, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mark, and thank Krzysztof Galoš and his colleagues from the ministry and also from the Polish Geological Institute for hosting the event and this idea to organize it. Let me start with acknowledging Günther Verheugen, who was bold enough to come with the Raw Materials Initiative in 2008, and it took a long process to get to the state today when we have the CRM Act in force. I must say, for our country, it plays a really crucial role because not like in Finland or some other countries, but like in a majority of countries in Europe, there was a deep decline of mining sector for at least 3 decades. And this act helped the Czech government to make really progress in this field. And actually they started already when the act was being prepared. And today, we have the National Exploration Program adopted. It was in March this year, with a projected budget of 52 million euros for next 6 years, starting this year. And the program should be implemented by the state mining company. They are also in charge of uranium legacy decommissioning, DIAMO, and the Czech Geological Survey. So we are happy for that. And a part of that, also by decree of the government, 2 deposits were declared of strategic importance, and it was the lithium deposit in Cínovec and manganese deposit in Chvaletice. And at the same time, these 2 projects were declared as strategic projects by the European Commission. And especially the Chvaletice manganese project is unique in Europe, and it's a metal that is necessary for battery production. And there are estimates of 50,000 tons production per year for next 25 years, and the operation should start in 2930. And in Cínovec deposit, there is a projected production of 25,000 tons per year, and the operation should start in 27-28. So I would just say that without CRM Act, this wouldn't happen, and we are on a good track, but to be realistic, we're not leading as Europe. We are lagging behind China. That should be put straightforwardly. And we will be happy if we manage to catch up. And also the biggest snags are, as Christoph mentioned, and also others, the public acceptance of mining. Because in the Czech Republic, it arrived to such a point that almost nothing was possible to permit, not just mining, but also strategic constructions of high-speed train, railroads and motorways. And it also led to the situation that last year the Parliament adopted a new law for strategic constructions that sets streamlined special permitting procedure to overcome the NIMBY attitude, which is widespread in our country. And we just hope that this will help us make some fast forward motion. Thanks. I think that's all for beginning.
Thank you very much. You actually raised one of the points I want to bring up in the discussion, so I'll elaborate upon it in a moment. We're very tight on time. Francesca, thank you very much for joining us. We don't see representatives from Italy often at these events, so you're very, very welcome. It shows the magnitude of the Polish presidency, that you've managed to mobilize our Italian friends to come and participate. So bravo, and thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to you, because I'm very happy to be here. And I thanks also the Polish presidency, because to put on the center of the agenda of the Polish presidency this item that is very important and a very actual item in this time, a difficult time. It has been almost 1 year since the Critical Raw Material Act is coming to force. 1 year, exactly. And we have worked diligently, and now we have a framework of rules, both at European and national level. Is a framework. Is enough? I don't know. Benjamin said maybe we need more. Maybe we need more, but it's a starting point. And we are here also for sharing best practice, because we're all aware that the supply of critical raw material is a point of security for Europe, for country, both security, energy security, and double transition security, defense, space, everyone. Then it is a question, is a vital question for all of us and for Europe especially. Italy has implemented the Critical Raw Material Act through the approval of a new law in July 24. The law established a new governance structure because in Italy we have 2 minister competence for critical raw material. The first one is Mr. Urso, that is the Ministry of Industry and Made in Italy, that is competent for transformation in industry, and the second one is the Ministry of Environment and Energy Security, that is competent for mining and circularity, then and environment, obviously. Then we put in the national legislation an instrument for governance, the process, because it's a complex process also at national level. We now are we are working to define a national strategy for critical raw material based on national supply needs. Then we are mapping our needs now. and a national explorating program currently underway. We discussed yesterday about it with the subgroup exploration of the board of the Critical Raw Material Act. Dedicated funding for research, innovation, development, including both national and international resources. We put 50 million euro on the recovery plan and in the chapter Repower EU for critical raw material and circularity especially. And we are also a financial instrument to support advanced projects for critical raw materials. This is an underway. Then we have just approved on the board level the project, the strategic project 47. Italy is the winner for circularity. 4 of the project between 10 European are from Italy. Then we are very strong. This is a proof that we are very strong on circularity, and this is very important also for Europe, because we are a country that we stopped mining in the 18 years. Then it's a long way to rebuild now the system, and circularity may play a role. Also, eco-design may play a role in reduce the consumer and the dependency of critical materials. This is what we do at national level. We are also strengthening our bilateral rapport with country. All you know, Mattei Plan, the Mattei Plan, and also that play with the Global Gateway with the European Commission. Bilateral relations are ongoing, and strengthening bilateral relations are ongoing, especially with Africa, but also Middle East. And on the forum, multilateral forum, we are in G7, we are working very hard on critical raw material, and in the Italian presidency, of course, but now also with Canada presidencies. And we have a trilateral forum with France and Germany. Then we put a lot in our carnet, but the work is very hard. And what I'm feeling about the discussion yesterday and now, that we must rebuild the skill before. Then I welcome very much what Chris is said about the academy, the Critical Raw Material Academy. That is, we urge rebuild skills, because we don't have skills now. And also we must change perception. Mining is something that in the public perception is dirty. Now we have the technology to change this perception, but we need a lot of work to do to change public acceptance, and then this is for me one of the key elements for the success on the new strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca. We have literally only about 2 minutes, so I'll put a couple of questions. I didn't want to stop anybody because your contributions were all so interesting. There seem to be some common themes. I will ask Benjamin one question, and others, please do chip in if you wish. We've talked a lot about responding to China. But China isn't something that's just happened yesterday. It's a long-term thing. And they've taken a long-term approach, both to markets, both to investment, to prices, to competition. Shouldn't we do the same? if we try and compete in a market that's already been fashioned and dominated by an existing player, how do we protect the growth of what we want to deliver? So I think that's a question, first of all, for Benjamin. But how do we, I'm not suggesting how do we become more Chinese, but what can we do?
I think what we are doing in the CRM Act is the good way. First of all, you have to consider that you have to consider the different step of the supply chain. I mean, China is very active mainly on the processing part. On the extraction, you have multiple possibility of diversification in the world. So we have to push very hard on developing our processing facilities in Europe. And I would say that the big subject is a long-term part of your question, is how we can shape the policy in Europe, the private and public policy, so that there is a long-term commitment for this diversification. And today, what is lacking, I think, is incentive for company to buy on long term. The reality today is they buy on short term. And buying on short term today is buying the cheapest on the market. Yeah. And it's really, I think, we have to really consider all the projects, including the one that has been decided as strategic at the European level. We are all putting a lot of taxpayer money to support them. Hopefully the European Union will also bring some support. But even with that, sometimes it's not sufficient because you have to cover the gap between the price of producing and the current short-term price. And all the regulation we have, which are good for the environment, they have a cost. And insurance and diversification has a cost. I mean, an insurance policy doesn't come free. So we all know that there will have to be a price to pay compared to the short-term price today. And the difficulty today is that price, it's really a big paradox because everybody's talking about the rarity of critical materials, but the market are very low in price, even in small metals. So it's very difficult in this environment, just on a short-term basis, to develop our project. So that's why I think we have to complement what we have done already, which is good, to have some kind of incentive to trade more on long term and to incentivize European companies to buy on long term, not only on short term. And that's the main lesson we have to consider from China, is having long-term policy.
Yeah. So, Christoph, please.
I would like to follow one thing of these few things Benjamin said. It means this involvement in the processing area. Yeah, and it is also a construction of good, really fair partnerships with outside EU partners also, to have also to assure, if possible, offtake agreements for the processing of these raw materials coming from these countries. I will not deal in detail with these economic issues, competitiveness issues you said. On the other side, I would like to say that it's a pity that this act was in the last year, not a few years ago. Maybe it is a little bit too late, because these challenges with our relations with China are really very demanding for us, very demanding. We have to, from the European perspective, we have to be in a good relations with China. Anyway, unless they are doing any tariffs, any export quotas, this is our must. But on the other side, to achieve these thresholds we were talking about, and seriously think and invest in recycling. Yeah, but seriously.
Suzanne, you talked about policy coherence. We've talked about the need to cooperate with other countries and also I would add the need to, as Zdenek mentioned, the need to cooperate regionally. From Germany's perspective, how do you respond to what Christophe and Benjamin have contributed?
Yeah. I think it's, it's something to say, look, we should have acted earlier or not. I mean, now it's done, we have the situation as it is. And I think mainly societies and countries are reacting when there's a crisis. And the deeper the crisis is, the more you are inclined to react. So perhaps that at that time, when then the Critical Raw Materials Act was coming out, the crisis was so much felt that we made this, we all put our senses together and we said we have to do something about that. So I think I'm very, very happy that we have the Critical Raw Materials Act now. The question, of course, is always, is it good enough to serve for the future? And this also, so it's an interesting question, and it's a strategic question that perhaps in the board we should be discussing, or we are doing some other meetings, where we are sitting down for some hours and we are discussing this really seriously. The question is whether it's not too early to start a strategic discussion about it and let the Critical Raw Materials Act grow a little bit more, and then we will see. But this is a question of timing. The question, what you say, Benjamin, about price, the question is, the companies, when they have the alternative between something that is cheaper and something that is more expensive, they will always opt for the cheap option, unless you are putting them, strains that they are not allowed to buy the cheaper product, for example. But how we can design the situation on raw materials in order to, that companies are not going directly to China, but they go to alternatives that are more expensive. I think this is a very interesting question. We were already, I think, talking about this a bit. Perhaps we have to talk more about it. But for the time being, I think I cannot say to the companies, look, don't buy the Chinese product because it's cheap. Then they will tell us, okay, the shareholders, they advise us to buy the cheapest if it's functioning. So how we can then tell them to do something else? And to start with new regulations, this is one more aspect, is critical, because we in Germany, we have a discussion that we should deregulate. We should do less bureaucracy for companies. If we start now to put more obligations like this, what they're allowed to buy and what not, I think this goes in the wrong direction. But, these are a lot of strategic questions. I think it's here, we cannot solve it now, but we have simply to think about them.
Indeed. Our time is up. I will allow one intervention if anyone is bursting to come back. No? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank our panelists for a really lovely discussion. Much appreciated. Oops, I beg your pardon. It's coffee time, ladies and gentlemen. If we could return at 11:30, that would be ideal. Thank you very much indeed. Yes. Please.
Is there any sequence? Where do we sit?
You sit where you wish. Although there's no reserve seating.
Okay.
You look fantastic wherever you are. So, we have Vincenzo, Alexandra, Spencer, Gabrielle. We are, I think, complete. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel is about to commence. Okay. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel is going to deal with the raw material supply chain. We've a group of eminent industry speakers and investors who are going to have a discussion on Europe's investment attractiveness and, pardon me, and what they think the impact of the CRMA will be for their businesses. So the moderator will be Kirsten Jorna, who you've already been introduced to and who has already spoken. So I'll allow her a couple of moments rest while I introduce the panelists. Alexandra Holeva is from Luma Holdings. She's head of investment and development. You are a private equity fund or a group of private equity funds. Spencer Page is from corporate affairs at Vale Base Metals. Gabriel Ratsiu is from NATO. He's a supply chain policy officer. I beg your pardon, we have had a change. Adam Olesh is from JSW, which is the largest producer of high quality hard coking coal in the EU. Welcome, sir, and thank you for coming in at the last minute. Keisuke Sadamore is joining us from the International Energy Agency, where he's Director for Energy Markets and Security. And last but not least, have I forgotten anyone? Vincenzo, I beg your pardon. Vincenzo Conforti is the Head of Government Relations for Europe for Glencore. Last but not least is Andrei Zhidvo, who is the President and Chief Executive of KGHM, which in Poland certainly needs no introduction. So I pass the floor to Kirsten Jorna as your moderator and wish you a fruitful and interesting discussion.
I hope this works. Yes, it does. We have a fantastic panel here, which kind of is the ecosystem. It's the suppliers, most of you. It's the investors with Alexandra, and it's the off-takers, I would say, with the International Energy Agency, Keisuke, and our NATO partners. So, before starting, I wanted to do a little exercise with you. If your company or organization were the weather, how would you describe the weather as you see it today? Cloudy, stormy, sunny, mixed? Alexandra, just one word.
I would say like in March in Poland, stormy, sunny, hot and cold at all times.
Can you just pass through?
Yeah, so we're based in Canada. We do nickel, copper, cobalt. And I would say for us, our company, very much being a commodities company, reflects the Canadian weather we certainly see all seasons.
Okay.
Should I introduce before? No, just the weather.
The weather in...
Yeah. Seems to be cloudy, but there is hope.
Okay. Silver lining.
I mean, given the nature of my company, I would say raincoat with sunglasses, but I'd say probably it's cloudy at the moment.
Cloudy, okay.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm coming from Romania, but from Brussels, basically, with my office. So in Brussels, always is gray, so I would say cloudy.
Okay.
I'm not from the industry, but from the international political perspective.
I qualify you as an off-taker.
It's a very volatile, the environment, I would say. Thank you.
Good morning. Representing Coke and co-producer, I should say dark, cloudy, but I'll say rainy also. But there is a hope in rain.
Okay, Christoph, I think the role for this conference is to bring some sunshine in the cloudy part. I would like to do 2 rounds with you. The first round is raw materials are hot, that we've seen, but you still say it's cloudy. So how do you see, you know, the political priority actually translating into your different business cases? And the second round is Europe and the single market. You know, you've seen that Europe is really getting its act together. Where do you see the opportunities and the challenges? But let's do the first round first, which is, does the political priority and how does it, if it does, translate into your business cases? And I would pretty much like to start with the suppliers. Andre, from KGHM, how do you see the changed political environment on your business case? And maybe you can introduce a bit what you're doing.
Yeah, maybe there's some problem with my... Okay. First, why we are here? Is mining and metals sector in Europe for the last 20, 30, 50 years growing or not? It's not growing. Why? For the last few years, 5 years, significant changes appeared. Pandemic first, then the invasion of Russia on Ukraine, and now the blonde man that you mentioned, it's you're not, Kerstin, that mentioned the blonde man? Seeking for resources. Okay. I remember the times when in Europe the mining, especially smelting industry, was fighting with certain limitations introduced related to the environment protection. I remember that we were fighting with emission of carbon monoxide, then carbon dioxide, actually first sulfur dioxide. Now we are talking about decarbonizing and clean energy transition. But necessary for that clean energy transition is metals. These are critical. I'll concentrate on copper because KGHM is copper producer based on mainly own primary copper is crucial for European Union as a supplier. Close to 50% of primary copper comes from KGHM on a European Union scale. Seems like we meet, in relation to copper, seems like we meet all the levels mentioned in CRMA document, 10, 40, okay, I'll try to relate, 10%. Europe consumes something like close to 4 million tons per year of copper. Only KGHM, primary copper production, 400,000. So 10% is met. Processing. When we take together our colleagues from Aurubis, the target is met. And recycling, also the target is met. So we can go to bed, forget copper problems. No, we cannot. We cannot because so far we were imposed to different factors that influenced, and not only KGHM. We are talking about base metals, Is Europe the best place? It may be, but so far it is not. It is not. Imagine the situation that, okay, maybe I'm talking too much. I know the time is limited.
Yeah, because you have to go.
Okay, I'll try to speed up.
Accepting your challenge.
Okay, generally, Europe is not maybe not the best place to locate this kind of business. However, we cannot choose the location of our business in relation to mining. Actually, we locate our business where we have deposits. KGHM from 60, almost 5 years, is located here in Europe, in Poland actually, because there is a huge deposit of copper and still a lot of remaining. I will not mention the numbers, but there is still a lot of copper. But one thing to mention, it is more and more difficult to mine. It is deeper, it is more distant from our extraction shafts where we transport copper. And it is more and more expensive because, especially during the transition period, clean energy transition is not cheap. There are solutions I would love to say about them. It depends on you, if you allow, maybe in the next round.
Maybe. Thank you very much. I'd like to move to Vincenzo Conforti. You're working for Glencore. That's a very broad product portfolio. Does that resonate, what André just said, when it comes to your business case, which is a very global business case?
Yeah, I mean, so for Glencore, it is a global business case, but it's also a very local one. Europe is very important for us. We have 5 very important assets in Europe, some of which are greatly strategic. Our Nickelverk factory in Norway produces cobalt, nickel, and copper that go into the European market. Asturiana de Zinc is the 2nd largest zinc refinery in the world, in Spain. Then we have Nordenham in Germany, Portovesme in Italy. I think it is a very challenging scenario because of high electricity prices, high energy prices, which are structural. We know that by now. Europe is not a cheap market to operate in. It's a difficult market to get support also locally for our operations. And the regulatory framework is sometimes a bit harder to navigate in other parts of the world. Despite that, Europe is still 60 billion of our revenue part. It's a very important part of our business, and we care deeply about what happens in Europe, and we care deeply about Europe as a market. But I'll be a bit provocative here, if you allow me. I was in London at an excellent conference organized by the IEA a couple of weeks ago, and a person from HSBC said, in Europe you have to understand that you're an emerging market when it comes to commodities. You have mature markets, Canada, Australia, Chile, and you're an emerging market from a production perspective, but also from a demand perspective, because the mature market from a demand perspective are China, Japan, and South Korea. So we have to adapt. We have to act as a hungry emerging market. And I think the CRM Act could be the first step into doing that, but I think we're not there yet. And I think we need to address 3 issues if we want Europe to start leading or to start acting as a hungry emerging market with plenty of opportunities. We have to address our own limitations, so we have to address the demand side. How do we build in Europe the industries that will create the demand pool for commodities? How do we create a thriving electronics industry, a thriving battery industry, a thriving EV industry in Europe? Secondly, how do we address volatility? And this is funny. Europe is the largest commodity trading pool in the world. Switzerland alone is by far the largest commodity trading pool in the world. And Glencore is very proud to be part of it, but Rotterdam is one of the largest strategic reserve hubs in the world. I mean, we have assets in Europe. I think we're just not networking them to create that network effect, and we're not addressing volatility. And I was really pleased when I heard you and other panelists mention JOGMEC as a model. I think we have to look at the countries that today represent the gold standard in this business. We have to look at Canada and Australia for production, and we have to look at Japan, Korea, and China for the demand, for the strategic stockpiling, for the capacity to acquire minority stakes in projects and support these projects wherever they are to come to fruition and supply Europe. So I'll try to wrap it up, but I think Europe has a lot of potential. I think Europe is massively, critically important for the world, not just for Glencore, but for the world in terms of the commodities. But we need to recognize what our real assets are, and we need to start focusing on where the shortcomings are.
Thank you very much. Spencer, for Verle, you were kind of in a similar business as Vincenzo. Do you also think we have to focus on this demand side just as much as on the supply side?
Yeah, so I'll start by just kind of explaining who we are and how we operate within the European space. So Valley Base Metals is based out of Toronto in Canada. We do nickel, copper, and cobalt. I have a potentially slightly more optimistic view, I think, when it comes to the policy signals that are given by the EU and how it fits with our commercial strategy, because I think it actually fits relatively well. For the sake of time, if we're to grossly narrow down, I think, what are some of the key objectives of the CRMA, I would say, one, obviously it's clear that the EU needs critical raw materials, and it needs them in a way that is responsibly sourced, and that CRMA makes that very clear. But I think the second pillar of this is that the EU needs raw materials in a way that is resistant to geopolitical shocks for a variety of reasons, and just a fancy way of saying it needs security of supply. The reason I think that this fits well with our commercial strategy is if I take our nickel business, for example, we have refineries in Canada, 2 of them, we have a refinery in Japan, we have a refinery in the UK, all of which are in the top quartile for low emissions, essentially. And furthermore, when we look at security of supply and being resilient to geopolitical shocks, all of those jurisdictions that I mentioned are close trading partners with the EU, they're traditional allies of the EU, so in sum, I would just say the policy signals, broadly speaking, are quite aligned with our commercial strategy.
It's very good to hear. Adam, you're a Polish coking coal producer. Where do you see the policy signals translating into your business case?
Yes, I represent coking coal producer and the only one coking coal in Europe. So my company is not international like the previous ones. Since 35 years, we're looking for chance here in Europe. Our clients mostly are from Europe, and this is the business case for us. And taking into account that Europe consumes average 50 million tons of coking coal per annum, we can deliver a small part of it, let's say 10%. We, of course, going ahead, we see our role here in Europe as a stable producer of critical raw materials. Unfortunately, we are not on the second list, so there is a slight problem for financing. But and it's also a reason that we are not beneficial from the CRM Act, just like that. But I think that there was today many words about permitting times and periods, and if those periods could be held, I mean, permitting time up to 2 years for new projects, for us would be beneficial very much, because in fact there is a big problem. Environmental issues are significant ones for us, and all related to environment things play significant role. However, everybody struggling with that issues dealing with mining, so there's nothing exceptional. I do hope that in the next couple of years we will talk about transition periods, because we are stick to steel market. I don't see here people from steel directly, but there is direction for us as a JSW, because we are producing coking coal and coke, which is indispensable ingredients in steel production. And in the world, we have to remember that 70% of steel is produced in blast furnace, so it won't change in a minute. So I think, briefly speaking, that would be in terms of, let's say, rebuilding defense abilities of Europe. It's hard to imagine that it would stay without steel. So I do hope there is some chances also in the future for us. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like now to turn to what I qualify as the off-taker side, at least the side with NATO and International Energy Agency, who actually have a better view of what will be required for the future. And maybe I start with Keisuke Sadamori from the International Energy Agency. Where do you see, from the demand side, the potential or also the challenges?
So first of all, thank you very much for including the IEA in this, the very interesting discussions and important discussions. You know that the IEA was born as the Oil Security Organization more than 50 years ago. And of course, oil and gas supply security continues to be a very important concern. So we continue to work on these kind of traditional energy security issues, but at the same time, we are seeing with the drastic changes in the energy, the systems and energy markets, we are seeing more of a need for working on new issues with energy security, which is electricity, for instance, electricity security. We just had the massive blackouts in Spain and Portugal. And, but in addition to that, we are seeing more need for working on this, the more robust, diverse supply chains of clean energy technology supply chains, including the critical minerals. So in this respect, the discussion today has a very important the implications on this new issues. And so one of the participants was in London, very welcome. We just organized this, the Future of Energy Security Summit just 2 weeks ago in London. And we discussed this whole comprehensive nature of the energy security. And most of the countries, the more than 60 governments and 50 industries, they are all endorsed that the IEA's current programs on this comprehensive the energy security work on the critical minerals. As for what we need to do, I'm quite impressed the many references to the JOGMEC. I'm originally a Japanese national working in the government, the industry and the energy ministry. So I'm quite familiar with the role of JOGMEC. And but this is more to do with the very specific elements of the measures needed. So I think that maybe I need to refer to that in the second round. But the overall, I think that these new issues of the energy security, including the critical minerals, is a very important one. And also, we have to be reminded that we need to work on this in a more kind of a difficult geopolitical environment with kind of even amongst the IEA member countries, but also in terms of the advanced economy versus what is called the global south. So I think that overall, our executive director summarized the kind of principles as the need for diversity, predictability, and cooperation. And I think that we will need to work on these important new emerging issues. So I look forward to the discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I move to Gabriel from NATO. Are you a competitor of Keisuke?
Absolutely
will you
not.
Scramble for the same raw materials?
I will say not.
But first of all, thank you for inviting NATO. I think it's a good example of cooperation that basically we have, especially in the last few years. Because also from the CRM perspective, NATO was not quite looking at it in the past as much as it's looking today. I would say that initially in NATO there were activities, and I will try to give just I would say, a generic overview of what NATO is doing related to CRM. Because there are so many activities basically that I'm trying to couple them in a couple of paragraphs. So CRMs initially, we were looking at them only from the research and technology perspective. So when we talk about recycling, when we talk about alternatives, that was the main focus of NATO in the past. Stockpiling CRMs or supply chains, basically there were, I would say, on the stockpiling CRMs, this was not in the purview of the Minister of Defense. Because NATO, basically, it's a political military alliance, is not an economic alliance, is not a legislator, and that's extremely important to mention. However, we are a good facilitator for all these initiatives like CRM Act, which, in my personal opinion, it's super important. Well, from our perspective, supply chain basically starts from extracting, from the mines. And I even hear some national armaments directors saying, well, supply chain, it's from mine to the barrel of the weapon, or to the foxhole, or things like this. So I would think these are very illustrative examples. So in the last 3 years, especially from the invasion of Ukraine, basically NATO shifted its agenda on the CRM-related aspects, and especially on supply chains. And even in the NATO summits in Vilnius in 23 and also in 24 in Washington, supply chains and CRM became quite eloquent as needed as much as possible. And last year in summer, the defense ministers agreed on a supply chain roadmap, which basically has 5 lines of efforts. Guess what? All of them are related to CRMs. Not directly, or not 100% related to CRM, but we talk about exchange of best practices, having a database related to this, creating the community of interest, which was basically not that prominent before. Also, we talk about stockpiling, strategic materials, and here we are not referring only about CRMs. Everybody thinks, oh, it's related to CRMs. It's related to CRMs, to microchips, to this kind of, I would say, initial subcomponents that basically we need for reference equipment. And also, we are discussing about recycling and substituting of these materials, including the CRMs, where we also organize workshops with partners, with allies, partners meaning Australia, meaning Ukraine, meaning also how we call it the IP4, so New Zealand, Australia, Republic of Korea, Japan. So we start to build this community, to be honest. And I heard today defense in the opening speeches mentioned like 7 times at least. I will say that we are on the right path. Even if the defense, basically it's like a single digit of what's needed from the overall of the CRMs, but still that single digit, it's important. So there's no security without defense. That's clear from our perspective. Now about what we actually do. We had a small team before. Now we are growing. I would say a testimony of it. I joined NATO in January, so I'm quite of a newbies, I would say, over there. And we are currently creating different databases to identify basically what's the production, how we do it. We are also looking at the risk management, basically of the critical raw materials that we have. And especially on the 12th that basically we identified in December last year. Just to a couple of words about this, and I'll finish my intervention. EU has these 34 CRMs, out of which 17 are strategic. Also, we did, together with the industry, because industry now plays a crucial role in NATO, we did a survey and identified which are the defense critical ones. And we came up, or basically it's the industry who recommended to go down to 12 of them. Out of these 12, only beryllium is not also strategical for EU overall. It's one of the 34, but it's not one of the 17th, which it's totally understandable. We have a lot of data that can complement this. I will stop here because we have other things to say. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Before I give the floor to Alexandra, allow me an observation, because what this discussion has brought out is you, the supply side, you count on your economic ministers to ease, in particular, the permitting, but you also are a bit concerned about the environment ministers who don't always ease permitting. On the energy side, it's the energy ministers who are interested in the raw materials from their angle, and then you have the defense ministers who are also, as you said, you know, they're not in charge of mining or anything, but they're interested. So it already shows that raw materials, if you really want a policy, you need supply and demand to package that into the policy, which, to my knowledge, the Critical Raw Materials Act is actually the only mining law, if you want to say, existing that looks at both aspects, supply and demand. And that's something, you know, Susanne, you said, you know, we need to scale and understand how this kind of new dynamics will work. But now I go to Alexandra, because whether it's supply or demand, it requires investment. And you're investing in this business, which probably made you a very rare feature like 10 years ago or 5 years ago. But how do you see the business today?
Thank you. And first, thank you for the invitation of Luma Holding to be today on these presentations and on the day. I think it's a good sign showing that investors and producers are taking the active part in the discussion, and that's very much needed, because I have to agree with Vincenzo that while the Critical Raw Materials Act is a great step, is a first step, it's only the first step. And as you mentioned, 10, 15 years ago, we were completely alone, yes? And we were somehow seen, and those who want to destroy environment and do again some mining. So just a few words about Luma Holding at the beginning. We have more than 30 years of tradition in metallurgy. In Poland, we are operating one of the biggest ferroalloy smelter here in Silesia, which is producing about 80 to 90,000 tons of ferrosilicon per year. And 7 years ago, we invested in East Africa in vertically integrated tin and tantalum project. So at that time, it was 2017, we were the private investor without any institutional backup. Since then, we managed to have exploration licenses, mining projects, concentration plant, and a smelter and refinery, which is delivering the tin metal and tantalum to European market, US market, and in general, very globally. What is also, I think, quite important, we were the first one on African continent to get the certification from the Responsible Minerals Assurance process, which is complying with the OECD guidelines and EU conflict mineral regulations. So that's we know that the minerals we are mining are mined in the right way and can be delivered to EU market. I'm very happy that after we did our investment, other follows. So today we have a smelter in the DRC, in Uganda, and hopefully more and more projects are coming to life. But looking at the Critical Raw Materials Act, I think the licensing and permits, especially in terms of European Union, are critical. But I think we have to focus on two other things. So first is the access to finance for the project, because we could do much more. We could do those projects in Europe, in Africa, in every country in which we signed a memorandum of understanding. And I think here DG Grow, DG IMPA, DG Trade, they all are doing a great job introducing private sector to those countries. But we need finance. We need not only access to finance, but affordable finance, blended finance, which can be customized to the project that we are planning to develop. And I'm happy to say that as Luma Holding has Polish roots, so we are working also with the Polish financing institutions, which are now recognizing that need and are engaged in the discussion about the financing of our further growth. For example, in Rwanda, we'll be developing a new tantalum production line, which is actually tantalum metal produced from the tin slag, so from the waste coming from the furnace, which is a new approach to recycling, and I think today is very much needed, especially looking at the traceability and geopolitical context. And the second thing, I think it was mentioned a few times today, is the public acceptance, or how we call it, social license to operate. It's a very delicate matter, and I thought that for the last 20 years something has changed. I remember when I was starting in mining industry, I was literally chased out from one of the villages in Balkans when we were trying to propose the mine there. So we were chased out with rotten tomatoes and Kalashnikovs. So it wasn't a very pleasant experience. And frankly, I thought that for the last 20 years, especially with all of the campaigns that we are doing in Brussels, the knowledge has changed. I don't think so. I was even flying to mining in Daba with the AIT raw materials team and European delegation. And in the plane, there was a young German student, and we're sitting next to each other. So he asked me, "What do you do?" I said, "I'm in mining." And he said, "Like Bitcoin, yeah?" I said, no, raw materials." And he looked at me very surprised, honestly, very surprised. And he said, "Are you still doing that?" And that's showing what is the level of knowledge, even in Germany, regardless which country we're talking about. And of course, we have the regions like in Poland, we have Silesia, or where KGHM is, where everybody is literally living for mining, and they are really committed to that. But we have many other regions in Europe, especially in Europe, where we can have fantastic deposits. Look at Spain. And all of my Spanish friends are laughing, even I've been thinking about doing a mine site there. So this is what we really need to address. Yes, we need to build the capacity, build the knowledge, and tell why we need those minerals and why we need to be independent in terms of the mineral security. Thank you.
I would like to start the second round with you as well, Alexandra. You are active in Rwanda. You are also looking at the Democratic Republic of Congo for investment, I understand. I mean, do you see from the investor perspective the fact that we have critical raw material partnership with the Democratic Republic of Congo, we're also in Rwanda, the Americans now have the deal. Do you see space for cooperation on the ground with these different partners? Will that lift the countries overall in a better place? Because that's the idea also of the MSP. And would you see that as a case in point where we should try to make this cooperation live on the ground?
I think so, and I think this MYUs with those countries as a good platform, and they should serve somehow as a platform for joint discussions and peaceful discussions, especially looking at what's happening now. We have many organizations, and we have European Partnership for Responsible Minerals, which is established under European Commission. And in EPRM, we have partners from the DRC, from Rwanda, from Uganda, also from South America, not only Africa. And European off-takers, downstream governments. I think this kind of initiative should help us develop those projects there. Yes, because obviously we have to cooperate. We cannot be a single actors there.
But also including US partners on the ground.
Definitely, definitely. We have a great partnership with, for example, our downstream clients from US tech companies, who are actually the first one, as RMI's established Responsible Minerals Initiative, is a member of European EPRM. So it's showing you how this joint approach to mining in those countries can be sustainable. And how we cannot forget that in those countries, especially, we have a lot of ASM sectors, so artisanal small-scale mining, yes, which they have access to a very good deposits. We are talking tungsten, which is critical for the defense. We are talking tantalum, tin, gold. And we need to make sure that those minerals are processed and mined in the right way, and then they can be sold with the right way, yes? Because remember, all this due diligence, traceability, investigation, this is all cost, yeah? And we as European investors, we have to have this cost, we are having that, but we don't see this cost reflected in any kind of premium when we are selling those minerals to Europe or to US or to Canada, yes? So that's something to be addressed, hopefully, in the future.
Very good, which takes me again to you, the suppliers group. You know, if we look at what could be done more to develop what you called, Vincent, the emerging market, do we need separate markets, separate premium markets, which would be quoted differently from the, you know, like green nickel and just nickel? Would that, because I heard also last week that the London Exchange actually created a green nickel market, commodity market separate from the nickel market?
I don't think you can artificially create a premium market. The market has to recognize there is a premium, or else I don't see who's going to pay for it. The example of a premium market was the IRA market from the US. The IRA geographically curtailed the market to a number of countries, and therefore IRA-proofed metals received a premium. But because on the other hand, from the demand side, there was a massive wave of subsidies. So somebody, i.e. the US taxpayer, was paying for the premium. In Europe, we don't have that. Neither I think it would be a wise choice or a wise use of taxpayers' money. I think what we need in Europe is mostly two things. The first one is to address a short-term need of creating a diversified and addressing the need for a diversified supply. It doesn't have to be, I don't think we can afford the luxury of giving labels to this supply. We just need supply from responsible sources, but we need volumes. Without volumes, we cannot kickstart the demand, the industry that will create the demand. And therefore, what I would suggest, what I would strongly recommend, is to create the conditions to have that safe, secure, diversified stream of supplies for those critical minerals that can provide the basis for a thriving electronics, battery, EV industry in Europe. And to do that, I think there are two issues to be addressed. Once again, the first one is funding, the availability of funding in the regions where mining happens. Glencore is the largest Western producer of copper and cobalt in the DRC. We've been there for over 15 years. We have 2 mines. I think if you ask most banks in Europe whether they would invest in the DRC, they would say no, not even, in a million years, unless there is a public guarantee. So we need a public guarantee at European level to address project risk and country risk. The second thing we need is security of demand to address volatility risk. And the security of demand might come from that joint purchasing initiative that is in the CRM Act, or might come through long-term contracts. I don't have a fixed idea, otherwise I would support it, but I think you need to break the cycle of volatility that is not allowing investments in those countries that are safe and stable, and our partners like Australia, like Canada, like Chile, like Argentina, the DRC, etc. So I think we need to address those issues instead of trying and following ideas that are honestly very hard to actually put in practice. If you allow me just one last point, I think we also have to recognize that if we want responsible sourcing, if we want responsible practice to be taken up, we need to have skin in the game. We cannot just go to countries and say, hey, I don't think your standards are good enough. We have to take minority stakes or even operating stakes. We have to support European companies or European-friendly, Western companies to take stakes in projects and empower those mines, those smelters, to actually implement responsible practices on the ground. It's not enough to just tell countries how to behave. We have to put the money and the skin in the game.
That's probably very true for most of the things. Andre, I saw you nodding. You are very much focused on copper. Would it be helpful for you that there were a European copper market, a kind of lead market on copper mined in Europe?
Okay, let's first talk about the location of business and about Critical Raw Material Act. What it is about? To extract more metals in Europe, to process more metals in Europe, to recycle. Why? Because of security reasons, yes? we have to be prepared as European Union on the demand side for situations which can be, actually are unpredictable in the future. Okay, mining is a business where you have to invest a lot of money. Before you extract any kind of material, you have to invest, it's capital intensive, you have to invest 15 up to 20 years before you extract anything. Okay. From the investor side, from the financing parties, what do we need? Some kind of assurance of stability of that business. It's a long-term investment. And let's try to answer the question, is Europe, for example, because I understand this is the priority to invest in Europe in this sector, yes? Of course, third countries. Strategic projects can be located in, as you said, in a safe location, predictable. You didn't mention the United States? Did I notice properly?
We don't have a strategic partner.
Okay. We have some assets in the US. I'm not talking about KGHM international assets because I understand this is not the main topic of today's meeting, today's conference. We have some in Chile, in Canada, in the United States. Safe destinations, safe jurisdictions, but we are talking here about increasing supply of critical materials from European countries. And is the Critical Raw Material Act perfect in this area? Does it assure safety on the investor side? Not to 100%. Maybe there should be added some security thresholds also, that the conditions for this business, which is very long term, will not be worsened after some time, after like introducing maybe some I promised myself not to touch royalty tax, but I have to. Imagine the situation that there is an investor who decides to mine nickel because the deposit was found. First, he had to spend a lot of money for exploration, a lot. Then found the nickel deposit and takes the decision based on actual assumptions to this project, evaluates the CapEx and future OpEx, and takes the decision that, okay, let's mine nickel in Greece. That's just an example. And it is supported based on critical CRMA Act. It's supported and recognized as strategic project. But Greece, as a member state, after 5-10 years, introduces some kind of additional royalty from nickel mining. Okay. If it does not harm significantly or kill that business, they can do it. But there should be an initial assumption that this will not destroy that business. Yes. Another thing is transition to clean energy. It's not cheap. A lot of raw materials, including copper, are needed to clean transition. But during that transition stage, it can also increase the cost, especially in such energy-intensive sectors like processing, smelting especially. So maybe there should be some different pace of changes for processing of raw materials which are recognized as strategic or very important for this transition, to support, not to damage the source of supply of strategic raw materials for the transition. to find a compromise. Okay, I have to finish.
Thank you. Yeah, because I want to ask Adam and Spencer, you know, you heard Vincenzo and Andre. Does that resonate with you? You want to add some thinking or comment on this? You know, premium market or not?
Yeah, I mean, excuse me. Look, I think I would underscore what Vincenzo said. I think he said it quite eloquently. Of course, as a producer of nickel, we would love a green market for nickel. But who does it get passed on to, right? And this is the trouble, is EVs are already out of reach for the average person in terms of price point. Chances are that premium market, it will get passed on to the consumer, and then adoption might even be lower. But that doesn't mean that we're without tools, right? Because I think things in the CRMA offer strong demand signals, which is very helpful. But I think where the EU can start to turn, to Vincenzo's point, is we're also seeing massive disruption on the supply side. So what I mean here is there's massive market distortion by the player that we won't name. There's trade distortions by another player we won't name, meaning we're in an extremely volatile environment. So we've seen responsible countries when it comes to mining, like Australia, Western Australia, we've seen their nickel mines close down, for example, because prices are not at a point where it makes sense for producers to produce anymore. So what can the EU do to keep existing operations afloat, particularly when they are done in a responsible way that is in tune with European values? So this is when I would say, what can we do to de-risk operations outside of the EU, particularly when they're a major supplier into the EU? And when you're looking at more mature markets that are both producers and consumers of critical minerals, like Canada, like Australia, like Chile, there's, I think, options from a policy perspective to make 1 + 1 = 3, because you can do joint de-risking with other countries that have shared skin in the game. And I think with Canada's presidency of the G7 coming up, I think this is going to be a phenomenal opportunity for like-minded countries to look at what these options might be.
We're at it, actually. I don't know if any Canadian is in the room, but Canadian president, G7 presidency does a great job on this. Adam, you want to add something to this reflection?
Yes, what to add? I'm a small player in this game, so, but anyway, maybe I would like to mention about protection of internal market inside Europe. There have been a lot of talks about that, and we as JSW experiencing now big troubles because one of our competitors, big coke producer, let's say, because some kind of unfair practices on the market, forced us to, let's say, challenge what we do, business as usual. So if CRM Act or another acts like Action Plan for Steel or Rearm Europe, those currently proceeding papers, if these papers could help us, for sure, yes. Because if you see a long supply chain and value chain for, as I mentioned before, steel production, so we are in that list for sure. Another thing for us as a coke producer are byproducts, and this is maybe would be interesting for some of you. If I mention that coal tar is one of the byproducts, and this is a raw material to produce synthesized graphite. And this is the reason that we 2 years ago applied to be a member of European Association for Graphite and Carbon Products producers. So all these data remain as, let's say, if we can make the raw material in the Europe in any kind of activity, chemistry or strictly steel production, that's always really beneficial for people living here we are in Silesia, our mines are not far from here. So 30,000 people, it's not less. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a last very unfair round for you. I'm sorry, I didn't mention that in the beginning. I'll put 2 words to you, which were discussed in our panel discussion, and I would like you to only say the one you choose. The choice is very difficult, it's very unfair, but I'll start with Alexandra. Extraction or processing?
It is difficult, you know, my grandfather was a miner, my grandfather was a miner, but my father is a metallurgist. So I would say processing and reprocessing, so new ways of reprocessing what we already have with sustainable extraction. That was more than 2.
Spencer, decarbonization or defense?
That is really hard. Right now, I would say defense.
Oh. Andre, subsidy or de-risking?
De-risking.
Vincenzo, China or US?
I mean, look, the official, the only... I see that part of the room got it right. Look, I cannot say anything else than both.
That was not supposed to way out. But Gabriel, supply or demand?
That's indeed a tough one. I'm a supply chain officer, so there's no easy answer here.
That's why it's very unfair.
We are being cornered quite nicely. Supply.
Okay. Kazuki, what did I have? Global markets or stockpiling?
What's the first
Global
one?
markets, so we just get it where it is, or stockpiling?
Well, I'm inclined to the kind of a global market side because kind of a stockpiling on this critical minerals is very complicated, even though there are some reference to the geological cases, but it's a lot more complicated and difficult, yeah.
And Adam, for you, I have exploration or recycling?
Recycling is sexy.
Okay. This was a great panel. Thank you very much. Big applause. You have to say what happens now.
Kerstin, thank you very much. Okay. Me.
It's actually for the 2 sides.
Yeah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more panel before lunch. So if we could take our seats to allow the next panel to proceed, I'd be grateful. Okay, I invite the panelists to join us, please. So, okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. If anyone who needs to depart, please do so expeditiously. Thank you very much. Allow me to introduce this panel. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about geology. Somebody told me rocks don't lie, people lie. So the geologist must tell us the truth. I'm, as a former mining executive, and I'm actually chairman of a mining company today, geologists always terrify me because they empty the company's treasury very quickly. But you must have got something out of this, so please share your treasure with us today. To introduce the panel will be moderated by Radomir, who's lurking mysteriously behind me. Radomir Pakitel from the Polish Geological Institute. We have Christian Bonnemann from the Federal Institute for Geosciences and Natural Resources from Germany. We have Paula Cantelli from the Geological and Mining Institute of Spain. Welcome. We have Titsa van Dalen from the Euro Geosurvey's president and the head of the Dutch Geological Survey. Kai Lax, who I know very well, head of the Geological Survey of Sweden, head of Department for Mineral Resources, Christophe Poinceau from BAGM, and we have one more. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Stanislav Bikulski, who, thank you very much for joining us at the last moment, sir, replacing your colleague, also from the Polish Geological Institute. Radomir, it's over to you. Good luck.
It's not working? Oh, right now. Thank you. Once again, my name is Radomir Pachetel, and it's a privilege to serve as a moderator of this esteemed panel. The preceding discussions have enriched our understanding of the significance of raw materials policy and the complexities of contributions and supply chains within the EU industry. Now we will shift our focus to the vital contributions of geological surveys in enhancing the security of raw materials within the EU. I'm well aware that I could not have hoped for better interlocutors than my esteemed guests, so thank you for joining us. As we acknowledge, geological surveys play a crucial role in shaping raw materials policy by providing critical data and expertise regarding the availability and potential of mineral resources. They engage in comprehensive assessments and mapping, offer policy advice, and foster innovation. In our session today, we aim to explore the implications of EU regulations, particularly the CRM Act, on the activities of geological surveys and discuss future directions for collaboration and projects that may bolster the Alliance's raw material security. So please let me begin with the host country of today's conference. Mr. Director, Poland stands as a prominent European leader in copper mining. As one of the world's leading copper refiners, Poland also excels in the production of rhenium, silver, and selenium. So elements vital for the growth of our national economy. Furthermore, Poland is a significant European producer of coking coal, deemed both critical and strategic. So I'm eager to discover whether projects related to these essential raw materials are the primary focus of PGI, or if the survey also undertakes some inspiring initiatives aimed at securing access to the other commodities. And if the latter is the case, could you specify which commodities are being addressed and how?
Yes, of course. First of all, we work on the national exploration program. So it is very important for us as a survey. So our survey was established, Polish Geological Institute, over 100 years ago. And one of the goals of our survey, main task, is to recognize geological structure of the country. And besides, to provide valuable information about the mineral resources in the country. It was mentioned about the big amount of the copper that this is potential and produced in Poland by KGHM. So one of our very famous geologists discovered these deposits of the Kupferschiefertite on a phosphate-synthetic monoclide in 1957. And from that moment, we as a survey, it was pointed out to be responsible to carry out research and provide documentation of new deposits. So this is the constant work for our survey. And we provide maps with prospective areas, estimating resources, especially on the forest-synthetic mine. For us, cooking coal was mentioned. Of course, we carried as well the constant work of the archive boreholes that we research the cores. We provide estimation of the grade and mineralogy, the same for the sulfide ores of the Kupferschiefer. And besides, it was mentioned several times about the tungsten. So the tungsten, our colleagues from the Upper Silesia branch discovered in the late 80s, the porphyry-type deposits of the tungsten, moly, and copper. And we provide a lot of efforts, especially focused because the area is covered. 90% of the Poland is covered by 7 sedimentary deposits. It means that we have to apply as a survey modern tools, especially geophysics is the first step. So we provide intensive prospecting by applying the geophysics, for example, magnetic, gravimetric, that would in the case of to discovery of porphyry-type deposit. And we discovered another very prospective areas for this type of the mineralization. And beside that, we have ongoing project focused on CRM that not involved yet into the national exploration program. For example, it was mentioned about graphite. We look for the graphite, applying first modern geophysics, ERT, IP, and then we provide the drilling. We are in the very good situation as a survey because we are allowed, according to Polish geological mining law, to make documentation of the mineral resources at the stage of the D category. And we are running project focused on nickel of the saprolithic type in Poland. And first we discover anomaly, gravimetric and magnetic anomaly, and then applying the drilling, limited drilling program. Other activities, it was mentioned a few times about rare elements. So we providing research and prospecting with limited drilling campaign focused on the content of the rare elements, light elements in the sedimentary formation in the central part of forest. Another activity beside graphite, for example, light earth elements, it's focused on fluoride. So in our survey, we have experience and we have tools, and we put some more efforts to modernize our equipment. Just latest investment was that we bought a new rig that we can carry out the drilling at the angle. It means very good for prospecting vein-type deposit in Lower Silesia as an example. So we are carrying research and limited prospecting for different mineral resources in Poland. And nowadays especially focus on the CRM.
Okay, thank you for your comprehensive answer. And let's stay with the role of the National Geological Survey in ensuring the accessibility of critical raw materials. So, Kai, Sweden plays a pivotal role in securing Europe's supplies. the diverse array of raw materials present in the country allows for extensive exploration initiatives for various commodities. Which of these are key to Sweden's national exploration programs, and how will the SGU contribute to the execution of these projects and the CRM Act general? So, and additionally, in your opinion, what represents the most significant challenge in enhancing the production of critical raw materials in Sweden?
Okay, let's see if I can remember that question. It might be that the answer is shorter than the question, but if we start with the commodities, the geological survey is not actually focusing too much on specific commodities. That is down to the exploration companies and mining companies. So we try to mainly produce high standard, modern geological information, geophysics, geochemistry, to be used by exploration companies. We have done some specific jobs on lithium, for instance, etc. But just to mention a few of the commodities that are up and running, I mean, we have one factory starting to churn out battery-grade graphite any day, or if they even have started, so that is well on the way. From that to some down to some very early stage exploration programs on lithium, for instance. So we have the whole range when it comes to different commodities, critical raw materials. As I said, I think the geological survey should learn by what has happened with the critical raw materials list, which has grown significantly since 2008. That is, it's very difficult to predict which materials will become critical in a few years down the road. So basic, good, solid, high standard geological, geophysical, geochemical data, I think that is the prime motive for geological surveys. We do rely a lot on our Mineral Information Office in Malo, having almost 4,000 kilometers of drill core from different mineralizations in Europe. We have extensive databases with, I think, close to 20,000 occurrences of mineralizations in Sweden. And we rely a lot on that to be able to give advice and hand a big part of the work over to exploration companies. That is more or less the situation in Sweden and the geological survey.
About challenges?
Challenges. Even though I've become pretty old, sometimes I'm tempted to say things that you perhaps shouldn't say, but one challenge is actually legislation. I think we have less and less free ground for exploration in Sweden because we're protecting more and more of our nature, and it's more or less the same nature where we're supposed to do exploration, and those are so far rather incompatible. I think that is one of the largest challenges we face today.
Thank you. So, as we can say, SGU is poised to implement several noteworthy initiatives in this realm of critical raw materials. So, it is important to notice that the approach taken by France appears to diverge from the one adopted by Sweden. The French economy exhibits a strong dependence on imported critical raw materials. In response, the country is trying to launch a series of internal initiatives that could lead to a strengthening of raw material security. So I would like to inquire about the specific critical raw material exploration activities currently being conducted in France and the role of BRGM in this context. So what's the role of BRGM and what are the initiatives?
Thank you very much. Let me remind you first that France was long ago an historical mining country, but from decades to decades, most of the mines have been closed. It was a political decision at that time due to the cost of the manpower and also the environmental regulations. And very surprisingly, it means that right now we have very little knowledge about the deposits which are still present deep underground in France. Therefore, there was a strong investment of France and a strong statement of our president decide to relaunch a new exploration program, which is focused on the most interesting regions, so where we have the oldest subsurface rocks in France, so mainly what is called Vosges, Central Massif, Pyrenees, and also Northern Guyana in South America. The aim is in this region to be able to implement first airborne geophysics, second some stream sediments geochemical analysis, and third IA tools in order to have a deep interpretation of all this data in order to evidence where are some potential indices of the potential deposits of interest. So it's a very significant work which is supposed to last for roughly 5 years for the first step, for a total cost of 63 million euro. So BRGM is in charge of coordinating and implementing this work, but for sure we are working first with some subcontractors, some companies, for instance, for the airborne geophysics, and also with the academics in order to gather all the expertise, all the knowledge which is available in France, and to be able to go as further as possible with the more interesting, more insightful knowledge of what we have in our subsurface. I have to add that we do not cover the whole country right now, so it means that we anticipate that we will probably have a second phase later on in order to address, for instance, the case of Brighton, where we still know that we have a lot of potential reserves which are also present. We have no specific focus in terms of which type of elements, which was one of your questions. It's a kind of panoramic approach, and the aim is really to be able to evidence where it's worth to deposit, to license some exploration permit later on by some junior mining company. So we really try to accelerate the investment of private sectors in order to have some further mining projects ready to be developed and to be implemented. Last point, because you asked the question about the role of BRGM. So BRGM is not only in charge of making the exploration program, we are also supporting the French policy and the French government in terms of assessing the knowledge about the mineral value chains. So therefore, we launch a new structure, a new observatory, the name of which is OFREMI, and it really aims to be able to depict and know in more details about the value chains for the different critical minerals, to know which are the main risk on these value chains, to be able to perform some criticality analysis, some stress tests, and also to develop some resilience plan in order to be able to overcome any potential disruption. And last point, we are also involved in terms of research and development at BRGM in order to develop some relevant processes in order to develop some responsible mining activities later on, and to reduce the overall environmental footprint of the potential activities. So it's a very complementary approaches that we are following, considering that we have both an expertise role and also a research role as a French Geological Survey.
Okay, and what about the foreign cooperation of French Geological Survey?
So, in fact, it has been historically a very important role because in the last decades where we had no activity anymore regarding the mineral resources in France, we invest a lot abroad thanks to international projects. So mainly in Africa, but also in Middle East and Asia. So roughly it represents something in the range 5 to 10% of our overall activity, so it's not so huge, but it's very important because it helps developing tight connections with the different countries which are playing a key roles regarding the supply of critical raw materials. So our activity is mainly developed in order to support French diplomacy on the raw materials. And we are involved in the capacity building, in the development of information system, in the geological mapping, and in the exploration program. So that's mainly the four main domains. And I want also to stress that in this domain, we also coordinate two very important programs which are funded by the European Commission. So the first of them is PanAfGeo. It's a capacity building program focused on Africa, the aim of which is really to train the staff from the National Geological Surveys in Africa. The program is already 8 years old, and it allows to train something in the range 1,800 staff members in 52 African countries, as far as I remember. So it's quite huge, and it's very significant for the improvement of the capacity of the African colleagues. And the second project is called Africa Maval, and the aim of which was to identify 100 projects, mining projects, small scale mainly, which have the capacity to be responsible mining activities. And in order to provide them or to propose them to potential investors, that's a project which is right now under achievement and which is very successful, and both of them are going to be combined and to still be funded by the European Commission for the next 4 years to come. And I want to mention also that for these two programs, we were associated to most of our colleagues from the European National Geological Surveys. So it was a kind of strong investment from the European players in this field.
Yeah, that's good to hear that. And in terms of international cooperation, I'm going to ask Paula, in order to strengthen the supply chains of critical raw materials, both to the country and to the European Union as a whole, does Spain intend to focus on the Latin American direction in reference to your cooperation within the Association of Ibero-American Geological and Mining Surveys? Or does EGME want to equally develop the raw material cooperation in other regions of the world?
Okay, thank you for the question. Thank you for inviting me. I feel really comfortable here in Poland because it's a mining area, and my formation is mining engineer, and always listening through my formation about the importance mining and activity here, so I feel really happy. And yes, we are part of Latin America and Caribbean network of geological surveys. It's like a twin of the European one, and we are very happy to be like a bridge between Europe and Latin America. We have a very close relation, exchange ideas, training, and also we have been together through several projects and contracts. We have just now starting a collaboration also with our French, German, and Portuguese colleagues from Europe to evaluate mapping the mineral in 16, I think, if I remember fine, countries of Latin America, and also a special attention to the lithium triangle.
Okay, and I want to ask you also, because Spain is a key supplier of strontium to the EU, and the country also have significant exploration and mining projects related to lithium, copper, nickel, tungsten, cobalt, and platinum group metals. So what will the Spanish national exploration programs focus on, and what would be the role of IGME in it?
In our case, the National Exploration Program includes the primary critical materials and also the secondary from the extraction waste areas. The first one have been identified, I will start from the beginning. Reviewing all the information that we have in the geological survey, because we have been keeping all of this information for decades. In fact, the last exploration program was at the end of the 60s and reviewed in the 80s. So we have been keeping the information, but really we need to produce, review, and apply. So doing all of this work, it was identify or select 6 areas in Spain with a special potential for these critical raw materials. And for the national program have been selected 3 of them with a pilot in each of them. One, if you know Spain, in the area of Salamanca, another in Córdoba, another in Huelva. If you have seen the 7 strategic projects that we have been reached now for the list of the Commission, 6 include mining, and the 6 are in one of these 3 selected areas. Will be carry on an exploration program as a pilot, learning geophysics, geochemical characterization, also drilling. The final objective is to mapping 3D the key deposits and learning for this and apply to the rest of the areas. And the second one is for the extracted waste areas, because we have also a huge inventory of these passive mining elements. And the good news is that we have data enough for identify the key one for the new characterization and recycling, at least to try to evaluate the economic potential for recycling and reusing these minerals.
Okay, thank you. And I also need to ask Christian, because due to different structure in which the National Geological Survey cooperates with the federal state services, I'm curious about the perspective of the German BGR. So what activities do you consider crucial for BGR to adequately support the state in ensuring raw material security, considering the country's administrative structure? So what are the key elements?
Yeah, firstly, thank you very much for inviting me to this important panel, and also thank you to the Polish colleagues for organizing this important conference. Yes, as you said, Radomir, Germany is strongly characterized by a pronounced federal state organization. And so BGR plays a very specific role among Europe's geological surveys. In Germany, the responsibility for domestic raw materials lies within 16 independent state geological surveys of the federal states. And furthermore, exploration licenses and mining permits are issued by the mining authorities of these states, but not by the state geological surveys. So the organizational landscape in Germany is complicated, as often in our country. You can divide the role of BGR supporting the state in ensuring raw material security in 2 aspects. The first aspect is original BGR tasks as a federal responsibility, and the second aspect is the role of BGR within the community of our federal states geological survey. I will start with the first. At the first I have to name the DIRA, the German National German Mineral Resources Agency, which has been founded in 2010 and is very similar to OFRE-MI, already named by Christoph, and they are in strong exchange and cooperation. And for us it's very important tool to contribute for secure, affordable and sustainable mineral raw materials supply for Germany. That's the mission of DERA, and we see it important because it's advice along the whole value chains of raw materials. Not long ago, the DERA was supplemented by a raw material recycling unit also to contribute to the circular economy. And then for us important is BGR's role in the investigation of marine minerals resources. We are long ago doing this, and on behalf of the federal government, BGR holds 2 exploration licenses in the high seas. The first exploration license is for manganese nodules in the northeastern Pacific, and these nodules contain copper, nickel and cobalt. And we are undertaking regular marine expeditions into these license areas. At the moment, we focus on the environmental impact of all these activities. We have a second license in the Indian Ocean with a focus on manganese crust. Then we do research on deposits of raw materials, and we transport these results to all relevant actors in the raw material business. We are developing a method for exploration. An example is the actual EU project Multi-Miner, which is headed by the GTK, the Geological Survey of Finland. We are contributing with our know-how on remote sensing methods. You can name hyperspectral, multispectral methods done by drones and also by satellites. And also we have a focus on radar remote sensing. We support in the area of responsible raw material extraction, so contribution to due diligence and control in supply chains, as well as good mining practice and raw material efficiencies. And for this, we base very much on our efforts in technical cooperation projects with focus on raw material. BGR is one of the official implementing organization of the development cooperation of Germany. And as one example of these projects in the Democratic Republic of Congo, we have a long-lasting project on sustainable economic development and responsible supply chains in the mining sector. And I think this is a very valuable information source for Europe's supply with critical raw materials. Christoph already named Africa Marwal. We are also partnering, and to Pan-Afgeo, we joined in the second phase. We will be active in Namibia. In the first phase we did not join because we had so many similar projects in technical cooperation in Africa. Then I will come to the second point, the role of BGR within the community of our federal state geological surveys. We provide overview geoscientific maps, and in this context we develop methods to bring together the very heterogeneous map data which are coming from all federal state surveys. BGR is building up and hosting the coming geodata portal Germany as a one-stop access for maps and for data from all state geological surveys, including BGR. And we are also developing this portal in direction of Europe the EGDI, European Geoscientific Data Information Center. We are supporting research activities in the field of exploration and evaluation of raw materials of the federal states, and we are carrying out for them laboratory analysis on behalf of the states. And the last I will name is we have a regular exchange in a lot of committees on the national, European and international level.
Thank you very much. So we already heard about that the National Geological Surveys are actively implementing a number of tasks related to the requirements of the CRM Act. It is important to note that the unity is strength, and discussing this wouldn't be complete without a representative from Eurogeo Surveys. So the organization that represents 40 European geological institutions. So we already heard about PanAfGeo, Africa Maval. There is also EU-Latin American Partnership on Raw Materials. So does EGS also participate in implementing the objectives of this regulation, I mean CRM Act? And if so, how? And also, are these two the main areas, so Africa and Latin America, where EGS aims to expand its cooperation, or there are some plans, for example, to implement projects in other regions like Central Asia?
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. And I'm honored to be the president of Eurogeo Surveys for the next 2 years. Lots of questions. I think important to say is that for the Critical Raw Materials Act, as you heard from my colleagues here, we are all working for our national governments. So for our national governments, we make the exploration program. We implement the acts that are relevant for our own countries. And that's where a lot of our focus goes. And as the Eurogeo survey, we try to work together to make sure that on the European level, these things become similar and they will be transparent how they relate to each other. I think this is a big effort, and apart from the international work, I think it's important that we, as Eurogeo surveys, focus on that, on the standards that are necessary to create investment for the whole European Union. So, and I have this book, and it's a nice picture. It's the biggest product we deliver as Eurogeo survey is a geological service for Europe, and a service. So the European Union needs geological service, and the subsurface is super important for our society, and it relates not only to critical raw materials. And today we didn't talk about it, but we have another act. It's the Net Zero Industry Act, and it's equally relevant for Europe. And so all these acts now require a lot of geological knowledge. And as in Eurogeo Service, we pool the knowledge together. And so in Eurogeo Surveys, we have access to 10,000 geologists. We never would have available for all of us if we wouldn't work together. What's new for us is that we are working together for more than 50 years, and we did used to work together in projects, but now you see this European legislation coming, and it means that the way we're working is changing. So the way we are financed in Eurogeo Surveys is difficult because we work for our national governments, and all of a sudden we have to deliver European information. So this is what we need to discuss with the Commission, so that there is a constant flow of information and knowledge flowing into the European Union, and it's not possible in the way we are organized at this moment. So this is a discussion. And then, of course, you asked for the international part. It's an honor for us to work together in these international projects because we deliver capacity and knowledge, but we also gain knowledge in these partnerships. So they are relevant for Europe, but they're also relevant for our national surveys. And if you ask me, and I see the time is flying, so if as president of Eurogeo Surveys, I would like to see that the OFREMI and the DERA, and in the Netherlands we have now the National Materials Observatory, which is a similar organization. The Danes, they have the MIMA, and in the UK you have the UK Minerals Intelligence Center, and it's all about minerals intelligence, and it's all for our national governments, and it would be great if we could create a step to work together on those areas more. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I don't know if I answered your question, by the way.
Maybe about directions also. Okay, it's okay. So, yeah, once again, I would like to take a moment to extend my gratitude to the panelists, Stanisław Mikulski, Christian Bönemann, Tirza van Dalen, Christophe Poinçon, Kai Lax, and Paula Cantali. Thank you very much, and enjoy your meal or a photo. Photo.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will be a group photo, or a family photo apparently, which will be held at the bottom of the stairs, as I understand it. Our friends from the Polish Ministry will guide you there. Please don't act as though it's a fire emergency. The stairs are limited in their capacity. After that, we have lunch. I understand the lunch is served on both sides over there, so you don't need to fight over it. Look forward to seeing you all back here at about 2:30. Thank you very much. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. If you could take your seats, please. Lukasz, could you possibly reduce the volume a little bit? It's very loud. That's better. Thank you very much. Okay. I trust we've all enjoyed the wonderful lunch. I hope you haven't eaten too much because you need to pay attention. We are starting the afternoon with a panel on raw materials diplomacy. Whilst the Critical Raw Materials Act is relatively new, European trade success is well established, not only with countries that we are close to as allies and as friends, but countries that we've come to know through those trade negotiations and have become allies and friends. So there is an acknowledgement in the Critical Raw Materials Act that Europe cannot provide for itself for everything, and therefore trade is essential to its success. So to introduce the panel, our moderator will be Madalina Evanica from DG GROW, where she's Deputy Head of Unit for Raw Materials. So Madalina will come and stand behind me for a little bit. In no particular order, I'll ask the panelists to come up. We have the Assistant Commissioner for Geology from the Geological Survey of Uganda, Mr. Gabriel Data. Welcome, sir. Amanda Wilson, who is the Director General for Natural Resources of Canada. Welcome, Amanda. Miguel Peña, who is a mining advisor for the President of the Dominican Republic. Miguel, welcome. Thomas Norvoll, State Secretary for the Minister of Trade and Industry of Norway. Please, sir. Do we have the Australian ambassador, Mr. Hayes? Mr. Hayes, welcome, Your Excellency. Benjamin Hayes, the Australian ambassador to the Republic of Poland. Then we have two representatives, I believe, from Ukraine, Mr. Sergei Wojciechowski, who's a member of the board of BGV Group Management, which is an investment management company concentrating on mining and raw materials. We also have from the Geological Survey, the head of the Geological Survey, forgive me, Mr. Oleg Hotsinyets, who will be accompanied by his interpreter, who I suspect will remain anonymous, but I unfortunately haven't been introduced to him. So you will go through the interpreter. I hand over to Madalina. I wish you all a successful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the second part of the high-level conference. I'm happy to open this second part of our high-level conference with a very important topic, and that is the raw materials diplomacy. That's a topic and the subject that we've been working on for some time. It's very dear to us, it's very important to us, and has been mentioned already several times in the discussions in the morning. It has been already mentioned that the EU has already started a few years ago, before the Critical Raw Materials Act was adopted, to develop strategic partnerships on raw materials value chain with like-minded countries and resource-rich countries. So what you have today as representatives in the panels are representatives of those countries with whom we signed already strategic partnerships and those that have potential for future cooperation with the EU. So I'm really happy and grateful to have you all here, coming from far away, some of you, and actually covering the entire world, I would have to say, right? I would start our discussion by giving you the opportunity and the floor to present a little bit, in few words, the minerals potential in your country. I think I will start with Gabriel, since you are here closer to me, Gabriel, and you come from Uganda, and I think it's one of the few occasions when we have you in Europe in one of these settings. So, please.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks for having me here in Poland. I must say that Uganda has a favorable geology to host world-class mineral deposits. We lie in a region where the countries also have great potential. Congo in the western side, Tanzania in the southern, and Kenya on the... Sorry. And yeah. So we have a variety of mineral resources, metallic, industrial minerals that can be found in Uganda. In terms of critical raw materials, we have copper, nickel, cobalt, gold mineralization in Kilembe. Kilembe is in southwestern Uganda. The Kilembe series is a geological formation where copper mineralization is found and extends for about over 90 kilometers. So the potential to discover more deposits is huge. We also have another copper mineralization in Bobong in northeastern Uganda, and then in western Uganda, we have Kampono, Chitaka. All those ones need exploration. We have potential for graphite in northern Uganda. Within the area that is known to be prospective for graphite, 1% has been evaluated, and up to 24.5 million tons at 7% carbon has been discovered. And there's a great potential to discover more resources. Rare earth elements within the aluminous clays in central Uganda, we have aluminous clays up to 23% REE, and also there's potential inferred resources of up to 3 billion. Other resources are manganese that has been discovered in central, western part, but currently the government is undertaking exploration and package it for investment. Nickel was discovered some time back, but there was no interest in lithium within the pegmatites. And now, I think this is the time for the critical minerals, so we need to reevaluate the pegmatites for lithium potential. We also have lithium in Katwe salt area in the brine. So no exploration has taken place, no evaluation on the nickel, on the lithium resources. We carried out airborne geophysical survey of Uganda, and we came up with the anomalies, geophysical anomalies that were followed up on the ground by geological prospecting, geochemical surveys, ground geophysical surveys, and this confirmed nickel mineralization in eastern part of Uganda and northern part of Uganda. I think the potential for critical minerals is great. We also have tin, tungsten, tantalite mineralization in southwestern Uganda, close to Rwanda and DRC. Active mining has been taking place since 1930s, but these closely occurring mines have also not been properly evaluated, so there is potential to evaluate. We have lots of tailings. Recycling is very possible in near future. Detailed exploration is required, so we have a lot of potential for these minerals. Chromite in Nakeloro, physically it has been seen, measured. Geophysical surveys as by gravity survey has also confirmed anomaly, but no exploration so far undertaken. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gabriela. It's quite impressive. Thank you for sharing all this with us. I move now to Amanda. Amanda, coming from Canada, you have a critical mineral strategy adopted not that long ago, a couple of years ago, if I'm not mistaken. Tell us a little bit more about the strategy and the potential that is in Canada.
Sure. Thanks very much, and thanks for having me here. It's a great event. I'm feeling a little intimidated because you had all of that in your head, and I have some notes here on my phone. But let me start by saying what I think you all know, that Canada is very blessed to have quite significant resources in terms of minerals and metals. We currently produce more than 60. In addition, we are lucky to have a very clean grid, so we're able to produce and process relatively cleanly. And we have a strong commitment to environmental, social, and governance principles, which I think you all know very well. Just in terms of, to provide you a bit of scale, Canada minerals account for more than 20% of Canada's goods, commodities exports. And we produce currently 17 of the minerals on the EU strategic and critical raw materials lists. We're a top 5 supplier for nickel, molybdenum, cadmium, potash, iron ore, and metallurgical coal or coking coal. But what I want to talk about is potential. So we have a number of projects in various stages of development and other resources which are primed for development. And I had the team dig up a few numbers since I knew I was coming here. And in terms of European supply, so Canada has the potential to provide 100%, so all needed European supply of key critical minerals, including those that are needed for the green transition, as well as for dual use and defense. Includes things like antimony, gallium, germanium, graphite, scandium, and rare earth elements, and tungsten, to name a few. So maybe I will stop there in terms of listing facts and figures, and I will provide the very Canadian disclaimer that, as you know, we've recently had an election, and we're just coming out of what we call caretaker period. So we are still formally in that, waiting for our cabinet, our ministers, to be appointed or reappointed. We expect that next week. But I can tell you what I read in the papers and what I heard during the campaign, and that's that Prime Minister Carney is very committed. It was a significant campaign commitment to get projects built, faster. And there is an unprecedented, I would say, groundswell in Canada of commitment and alignment among federal, provincial, and territorial leaders, a desire to streamline permitting and regulatory hurdles. There's talk of one project, one review. Various campaign commitments have been made around funds and expansion of tax credits. Of course, all of these are promises and commitments, and we will see what happens when Parliament comes back in session at the end of the month. So maybe watch this space next week. Cabinet is appointed. I expect we will have more news then. Parliament's back at the end of May, and of course, Canada is very happy to be hosting the G7 this year. That's happening mid-June in Alberta, and as I think others have alluded here today, I'm allowed to say that critical minerals is forming a significant portion of the leader-level agenda. We are advancing a critical minerals action plan, so watch this space. Thanks.
Definitely a lot ongoing there. We will be watching and looking at the news next week to see what's coming up. I move on to Miguel now, coming from República Dominicana. Miguel, please share with us what resources you have there.
Thank you very much for the invitation. As everybody knows, Dominican Republic, or the Hispaniola, started the history about when Christopher Columbus was looking for gold. Cross species, cross sugar cane and all the different pigments. They thought that they were going to the Indian. So gold was the driving force. Our geological potential already shows that geology and the different deposits was very important for the for the Caribbean, at that time for the Hispaniola. So the Caribbean plates, the tectonic plates, rule a very important part of the geology. As part of that, we have like a continental potential as a geology. So we already host, as the Spanish current developed those gold mines, because they were a very special geological conformation, a microscopic conformation, and they were looking for El Dorado. El Dorado was the golden legend for gold. So our Indian were discovering gold as one of the primary sources of minerals, or metals. And for the Indian, that became a critical mineral at that time. So we already we host one of the largest gold deposits in the world today. Today, we are on the exploitation, and we have reserves for another 25 years of gold. As well as the critical mineral, we have a very large deposit on bauxite. So during this modern time, 40 or 50 years ago, we start exporting bauxite as a source for alumina. And unfortunately, that became a secondary deposit as new deposit was discovered in Australia. So that the alumina deposit, the bauxite, laterite bauxite, also contain rare earth elements. And recently, on the last 10 years, we've been doing research on the rare earth elements. And right now, we discovered as part of that geology that the laterite deposit have a very large potential for rare earth. Probably on the next few months, we will have the proof reserve for rare earth. Looks like we will be becoming one of the largest rare earth production in the Caribbean and mainly in America. So the potential for new discovery for strategic mineral is still there. We already have also that nickel, laterite nickel deposits that has been on the exploitation on the last 40 years, and now is still with that potential, and still available a new discovery for new resources on nickel. Copper is becoming one of the largest potential for the Hispaniola, but mainly for the Dominican Republic. As copper hasn't been in exploitation, the geology is still showing large potential for copper, as well as zinc and other minerals that are critical now as part of the list of critical minerals. So the potential of the Dominican Republic, even though we only have 48,000 square kilometers, we have a very large potential, and our geology looks like a continental geology and not a small island geology. So the potential is still there.
Thank you very much, Miguel. Also very impressive, I have to say. And well, we will be looking to see how the developments are happening in your country. And I hope those of you investors in the room are taking notes, because this is a very important conversation that we have here. Thomas, you come from Norway, so we come back in Europe. Could you share a little bit with us what Norway has to offer?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for inviting also Norway to this beautiful lineup of outside countries. It's good to be here. Well, of course, Norway is very integrated in the European value chains already. We are a quite important European producer of critical raw materials. I think we have a total export annually on about $9 billion with aluminum, nickel, cobalt as examples. All of these, of course, come from the smelting and chemical industry. In addition to that, we have a small but increasing mining sector with several very good projects likely to start producing in the coming up years. We have one of only 2 European graphite mines, as well as an industry project on synthetic graphites. In Norway, you will find what may be the largest deposit of rare earths in Europe. So there is a large potential for new mining and processing projects, and there is optimism. Just 2 weeks from now, you will see the official opening of the first new metal mining projects in decades. So that is going to be quite of a party. The Norwegian government is working very hard to increase the mineral industry. We have a mineral or a mining strategy from 2023, and before summer the Parliament will review on a white paper on industry and on a revised Minerals Act. Key takeaways from these are the need for efficient government processes and for attracting more sustainable mining and industry projects. So in that matter, we very much align with the CRMA. Of course, the Norwegian government really supports international cooperation on new mining and industry projects for the critical raw materials. And it is important also for us to secure supply chains. That's why we are a member of the Mineral Secure Partnership, and we have entered into cooperation agreement with several allies and friends, not at least, of course, with the EU. First and foremost through the EEA agreement, but with further cooperation through, for example, industry partnership with the EU and with several EU countries. Well, as you know, Norway has a varied geology with fjords and mountains, and many of the strategical critical resources needed can be found in Norway. I think I will just end this very short address by saying that we are really ready to speed up. We are ready to contribute to European access to important rare materials and to contribute so that the industry in this continent should have access to the raw materials we need to develop further.
Thank you, Thomas. Very interesting as well. Thank you. You covered the entire value chain. That's great. Now I move on to Benjamin. Benjamin, Your Excellency, you're the ambassador, the Australian ambassador here in Poland. And we in Europe, we look a lot at Australia. We learn from Australia, especially when it comes to exploration. Only yesterday, we actually had a meeting under the CRMA. We have a subgroup where we look at how to do exploration in Europe and how to update our data to do national exploration programs. And one of the examples that I gave when talking to those that were in the room, to the member states, were the example of Australia and how you do exploration. So just a parenthesis of that. So please, I would like to hear from you what Australia has to offer.
Thank you very much, and it's really wonderful to have an opportunity to be here today and to talk about Australia's potential in this regard. Put simply, I think Australia is set to become a global leader as a stable, secure and trusted supplier of critical minerals. I was weighing up whether or not to over-egg it and say we had the potential to become a global superpower of critical minerals, but I thought that might get taken out of context and I shouldn't say that, so I didn't say that. So why do I say that we have the potential to become a global leader as a secure, stable and trusted supplier of critical minerals? Firstly, we have some of the world's largest recoverable resources of critical minerals, and the ones that you need for defence technologies, for space, for net zero transition. We are a top 5 global producer of 15 critical minerals. We can secure supply of 23 of the 34 EU critical raw materials and 14 of the 17 strategic raw materials. Why else do I say we have the potential to become a global leader? As I think all of you know, Australia has been digging things out of the ground for a long time. And as a result, we have a very advanced METS industry, a very sophisticated mining industry. We've been doing this a long time. We know what we're doing. That is supported by a world-class R&D and geosciences sector. What does that mean? That means lower risk for technical risk for exploration and greater chances of investment success. Importantly for the EU and for many of our partners, Australia has a global reputation as a safe and sustainable miner, and we uphold the highest ESG standards. Very importantly, when we're talking about something as important as critical minerals, Australia has a stable political system, and we have a stable, predictable legal and regulatory framework. All of this is supported by a range of government incentives. So the Australian government sees critical minerals as a priority, a national priority, and there are a range of measures that are in place to support that. Just to give you a sense of it, the government has a critical minerals production tax incentive worth over $7 billion over the decade. There are several financing mechanisms to support advanced critical minerals projects. Those mechanisms collectively are worth more than $5 billion. The government has a critical minerals strategy that prioritises relationships with like-minded partners like the EU. In terms of potential, currently there are more than 80 major critical minerals projects that are in the pipeline with a collective value of over $30 billion, and there are more than 55 advanced shovel-ready projects that are looking to secure offtake agreements and/or investment. So when you put all of that robust framework together with Australia's enormous resource wealth, the huge potential for new discoveries, very well coordinated government support, what you get is competitive advantage for investors and partners alike. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you very much. Now, Serhii, if you allow me, I will actually go to Oleg and then I'll come back to you because what you will say actually covers everything and all the other interventions. So, Oleg, you are the head of the Geological Survey in Ukraine. Please share with us the potential that we have in Ukraine.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues.
Перш за все, хочу подякувати від імені уряду України за запрошення на дану конференцію.
First of all, I want to greet from the name of Ukrainian government for the invitation to this conference.
Хочу з основного відмітити, перш за все, що Україна має 25, по суті, родовищ, мінералів, критичної сировини, які підтверджені з 30 ділянок, які затверджені в Європейському Союзі.
So, first of all, I want to tell that potential Ukraine is that we have approved resources of 25 critical minerals from the European Union critical mineral list.
Україна значними запасами має уран, титан, залізні руди, марганець та інші корисні копалини, які є критичними та стратегічними як для Європи, так і світу.
So Ukraine has sustainable and substantial resources and approved reserves of such minerals as uranium, titanium, manganese, iron ore, oil and gas, and also such critical minerals as lithium.
Хочу також проінформувати вас, що Україна недавно, буквально на минулому тижні, завершила офіційний скринінг законодавства на відповідність акі комунітер за кластером промислова політика, який включає в себе питання видобувної промисловості та розвитку надр.
Also, we are working actively in terms of Ukrainian legislation adaptation to acquis communautaire and want to inform you that last week we have passed official screening of the European Commission of Ukrainian legislation, Cluster 20, Industrial Policy, which includes particularly legislation in minerals area.
Зазначений аналіз засвідчив, що наша країна в високій мірі вже адаптувала власне законодавство відповідно до регламенту ЄС та інших нормативних і законодавчих документів ЄС. Практично на 70% українське законодавство імплементоване в європейське в частині критичної сировини.
So the analysis says that Ukraine has a high level of implementation of European Union Regulation 1252 on critical minerals, which also should support our cooperation in this area.
Також щиро дякую нашим партнерам з Єврокомісії за рекомендації, які ми безумовно врахуємо в подальшій діяльності.
And also we all thank to our partners from European Commission regarding the recommendations for us in terms of legislation implementation according to ACI.
Хочу також відзначити, що Україна активно залучена до інституційної співпраці ЄС та його структурними в геологічній галузі.
Also, in terms of mineral diplomacy, I want to notice that Ukraine actively cooperates with the European Union, especially recent 5 years, and participates in many projects and events of the European Commission and European Union.
Тобто співпраця України з ЄС ще почалася в 2020 році і активно продовжується дотепер і стала всеохоплюючою.
So our cooperation is becoming deep and more substantial, especially in the recent years.
З основного хочеться відмітити, що повністю профінансовано проект ЄБРР в рамках дорожньої карти 2022-2024 років. Це оцифрування геологічних даних.
Among the practical issues of European Union cooperation is the assistance of European Reconstruction and Development Bank for digitalization of geodata archive of Ukraine. We have digitalized more than 16,000 of geological reports, and now we are in the process of verification of these reports, which also is a good deal in terms of verifying practical and feasible deposits.
І в цьому році розпочнеться другий етап цього проекту вартістю 2 мільйона євро.
And also we are thankful that European Commission and European Bank of Reconstruction and Development will start this year the second stage of this project, which costs 2 million euro, and it will provide us 100% digitalization of all geodata which we have available.
Також Україна приєдналася до форуму з безпеки критичних мінералів у вересні минулого року.
Also here was mentioned the forum on critical mineral security, and Ukraine became a member of this forum last year.
Що особливо приємно, що українські компанії взяли участь в конкурсі стратегічних проєктів ЄС 2024 року. І, зокрема, представники української компанії представлені якраз і виборюють перші місця якраз в цьому проєкті.
And also we are thankful to European Commission that Ukrainian companies were involved in the first call of the European Union project on critical for European Commission mining projects, and that Ukrainian company which is represented here was a participant and nominant of this project.
Ще хочеться відмітити, що Україна на той час була другою країною після Канади, з якою ЄС уклав такий меморандум про співпрацю ЄС і України в сфері критичної сировини.
Also, I want to note that Ukraine was the second state with which European Union concluded memorandum on understanding in mineral resources. We was the second country after Canada with which European Union concluded such a MOU.
Також хочеться відмітити, що поглиблене інституційне співробітництво України і ЄС в галузі критичної сировини і став якраз законопроект чи проект закону щодо плану України «Україна Facility».
Also, Ukraine facility, the European Commission plan for Ukraine includes a separate chapter which consists reforms in mining area, and it is also a good deal for us in order to move forward in this direction.
Україна чітко дотримується даного плану, і, зокрема, В кінці 2024 року прийнята національна програма, верніше уточнена програма мінеральної суверенної бази до 2030 року, в якому передбачені заходи з розвідки та геологічного картування, зокрема.
And also, Ukraine has adopted a national mineral strategy up to year 2030. It was adopted in December last year. And this strategy envisages geological research on costs of state budget of deposits of mineral resources, as well as geological mapping.
Хочу наголосити також, що ми чітко розуміємо важливість запровадження повномасштабного виробничого переробного ланцюга в видобувній галузі, видобуток, переробка, утилізація.
And I also want to stress that we have a gap in terms of implementation of chain extraction, processing, and utilization. So we are also working in this direction in order to make some legislative steps and to take some experience from our European partners.
Маємо намір працювати в цьому напрямку спільно з нашими європейськими партнерами.
So we are ready and strive to work together with our European and other partners in this direction.
Окремо хочеться зазначити, що Україна за останні 5 років здійснила значний процес діджиталізації галузі та послуг. На даний час працює повністю безпаперова система надання спеціальних дозволів.
And also I want to stress that we in Ukraine has a really good progress in digitalization of the area. As for now, for last 2 years, we have fully paperless approach to licensing, and all the procedure of licensing obtaining is 100% digital.
Нещодавно прем'єр-міністр України заявив, що Україна і надалі виконувати всі свої зобов'язання перед європейськими партнерами і просуватися шлях інтеграції до Європейського Союзу.
And also I want to stress that last year Prime Minister of Ukraine stressed that Ukraine will further cooperate with the European Union within its obligations and move forward to the European integration.
Тому маємо попереду багато роботи і готові максимально швидко рухати всі необхідні зміни.
So we understand that we have a huge amount of work, but we are ready to move forward.
Дякую за увагу і готові відповісти на запитання.
So thank you and would be happy to ask questions.
Thank you. That was very comprehensive. The answer covering also the relations with the EU and the cooperation, the very strong cooperation that we have. So now, Serhi, I come to you because you are leading and managing a company who is making all this potential coming to life, an investment management company. So tell us a little bit more.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the question. Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, as far as I understand, I'm only a lone representative of the private business. That's why I try to show the potential of our country from the private perspective. BGV Group Management, this is investment Ukrainian company. We are focused on investment into critical raw materials, and we started our activities more than 10 years ago when it was not the mainstream. Like now, everyone maybe hears, maybe knows a lot about rare earth elements, mineral deal, and different things between Ukraine and some countries. That's why I try to emphasize some projects that we focus on and that we have invested in. First of all, this is graphite. We have a couple of 2 deposits of graphite in our project range. Actually, just let you know that Ukraine is in the top 5 of graphite countries in the world in terms of the quantity of reserves of graphite. And it is very close to European Union. It's no far than, for example, 400 kilometers or 500 kilometers from this place. We also have the project with beryllium. Beryllium deposit is quite unique thing. Just to understand what it is, if we in the current figures, we can supply all the world with different beryllium products for more than 40 years by developing only our deposit. This beryllium deposit is a complex one. It has not only beryllium, but the list of different critical elements, like rare earth elements, some tantalum, silver, and zinc. We also have titanium and zircon projects in our range. And actually, you know that Ukraine is titanium country, not only because of our resilience now, but because of the deposits of titanium in Ukraine. We are in the top 10, the biggest countries in reserves of titanium. Just a couple of interesting facts about the potential of our country. Now in European Union, you have around...
Speed dating. I will ask a question, and if you can reply in 1 or 2 sentences, it would be fantastic. I look at you, Benjamin. We have a strategic partnership signed with Australia in 2024. It's one of our most recent strategic partnerships. What would you say is the most important aspect when it comes to the cooperation potential between the EU and Australia?
Is this on? Yep, okay. All right, 1 or 2 sentences. I'll do my best. It's hard. I'm an ambassador. We love to speak. Look, I would just simply say Australia and the EU are natural partners. There's very high levels of complementarity between Australia and the EU across political interests, economic interests, trade interests, security interests. Australia is investing in exploration, production, processing projects for those critical minerals where the EU has the highest vulnerabilities. So vulnerabilities to supply chain concentration and price volatility. So that goes to the complementarity. I'll leave on my second sentence, which is about trust. And I said this at the very beginning. Australia is a stable, secure and trusted supplier, trusted partner. Critical minerals, inevitably for most countries, is very closely related to our security interests in the current climate. So increasingly, all countries are looking for partners that are trusted partners, not just suppliers. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. Now, going backward in time, in 2023, Thomas, I look at you, we signed a partnership with Norway. Share with us 1 or 2 results of the implementation of our strategic partnership with Norway.
Yeah, well, I think the most important thing with that partnership is that it broadens out our cooperation. Well, I mean, how can we live in a kind of unpredictable world. We see that it is critical that Europe has autonomy, that Europe has security, and to get that, it is extremely important that we as partners, that we meet often, that the industry meet often, that the governments talk together, and I think the partnership is a great platform for making sure that we are aligned and that we are walking in the same direction together. So the future for this cooperation should be just fantastic.
Thank you, Thomas. Now I look at Amanda. We've signed our first strategic partnership in 2021 with Canada, so it's our long-lasting partnership. It's the longest and the oldest, let's say. We went all over the years and we implementing our action plans. We have actions, we have investments that have been taking place. What would you say are the most important lessons that we've learned through implementation of this partnership?
Well, thanks very much. Look, Canada and Europe have shared history and shared values, and I think not to put too fine a point on it, but these are more important than ever. Certainly, I think we can see, looking forward, that our partnership will only deepen moving ahead, but we have a strong foundation to build on. So over the past few years, we've had a lot of successes, a lot of announcements on both sides of the Atlantic. And more important than anything else, I think a lot of relationships have been built. I think now what we need to do is double down and get concrete. So I think building on what we've learned and moving to shared investments, leveraging our public-private financing mechanisms, and building the things that both of our governments think is important. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. And now, Miguel, we don't have a partnership with the Dominican Republic, but from your first intervention, so from the history to nowadays, what would you say is the cooperation potential between your country and Europe?
Of course, today, as we are living into a new world of the transition energy, and as I mentioned, that potential that the Dominican Republic is on the geology side, we need to go through strain our relationship with Europe, as we already start with some academic, like the program that we have with this university. We have to strain that relationship also with the government of Poland. That we already start some research on the Ministry of Geological and Environmental of Poland. So we look forward to strain that cooperation with Europe in order to get into the new phase of research that is necessary during this transitional energy.
Thank you, Miguel. And Gabriel, how would you see the cooperation between Uganda and the EU?
Thank you very much. Recognizing that the EU has the skills, capacity in terms of resources, and whereas Uganda has the critical raw materials, we largely lack the technical, the skills, the technology, and the financing, and therefore we require lots of cooperation with the EU in a number of areas: technology transfer, exploration, mining and processing, capacity building, and so forth. But we already have existing collaboration with the EU under PANAFGEO. There was PANAFGEO 1 since 2015, where lots of training was undertaken for the whole of Africa, targeting African geological surveys. And then PANAFGEO 2, all in all, Uganda, out of all these, 25 technical geoscientists were trained from Uganda, and that was great. And that, the PANAFGEO Plus is coming on board. And with PANAFGEO Plus, we have a country window. Uganda has been selected as one of the beneficiaries. And in this program, which is going to run in the next 4 years, there will be another angle, which is data collection, packaging of minerals for investment, and then the promotion. And with that, we shall see the real development of our critical mineral resources. And there's great potential for actually the collaborations. I'm glad to also mention there are many others, including GIZ, co-financing with EU, a program codenamed Sustainable Development of Mining in Uganda, just started this year. Also running, we have EU ACP. I think that is very familiar to you. It was for development minerals, but now, last year, in Uganda, the program studied the contribution of ASM in critical minerals. So it's a very great partnership with EU, and we hope that it will continue and we develop the mineral resources. We had earlier on collaborations with BRGM, BGRA, where we have exploration activities and projects like geochemical surveys, capacity building. But now the geoscientists who were trained at that time have retired. They are home now. We need further collaboration in building capacity of geoscientists in Uganda and Africa. Thank you. I would like to mention that we, amidst us here, we have Professor Stenzek and Slavko. These are very instrumental in advancing our training under PANAF-GEO program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I think you covered all of your very important topics: investments, projects, research and innovation, sharing, cooperating. Thank you very much. It was a very rich panel with very important and relevant information. Thank you to all of you for joining us, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite the next panel to the stage, if I may. Our moderator is exactly on time, is Hildegard Benteler, the member of the European Parliament. She's the Vice Chair of the European Parliament's Committee on Development, a member of the ITRE and other committees, and a very well-known friend to the raw materials sector. Hildegard, are you happy to go from there? Yeah. Okay. And may I call to the stage, first of all, Nick Bitsios from Metlen. Please, Nick. Romain Charvet from Eramet. Will Dawes from Macango Resources. Some of you may not be familiar with Macango Resources. They are a company that works in rare earths, both in terms of recycling and mining. Matti Haitanen, please, from Finnish Minerals. Ludovine Wouters from Euromanganese and many other things. And last but not least, Michael Zygmunt from Elemental Strategic Metals, who I introduced as one of the supporters of this event. So, Hildegard, over to you. We can get you a microphone.
Yes, welcome to the next panel. I am confessing that one of the lawmakers guilty of this Critical Raw Materials Act, but I'm also very glad that I can now accompany the implementation of the Critical Raw Materials Act. And only one day after entering into force of the Act, the Commission launched a tender for strategic projects. And I would really like to comment the Commission also on that, because that was a very short process, I would say. And only 1 year after entering into force, we announced the strategic projects in the European Union. And I know that was a big effort for the Commission, because there are not so many raw materials experts available, and I think it was about approximately 100 experts which have to be called together in Brussels who were searching all this application. And I think it's the first tender. And I also would like to comment the Commission for being blunt and saying we can also improve this process. It's the first time we do this. And we have the Critical Raw Materials Board, where I have the honor to be the representative of the European Parliament, and where we have the representatives of the EU member states. And there we discuss this selection process. We decide also about the projects, but we also decide how we will deal with the selection of the strategic projects in the future. And I'm very glad now to talk with you, the practitioners, the project implementers, what is your view on this process, what you associate with this strategic project. Is this a label which helps us, which lives up to the expectations? I know it's a bit early to ask for this question, but nevertheless, I think we can start with this first question, and I would like hand over the micro directly, or I keep it. Okay, we do it like this. Okay, you're most welcome to start.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. My name is Ludovine Wouters. I am a director of Euromanganese, a Canadian company that is progressing the Chvaletice manganese project in the Czech Republic. Interestingly, it's a waste-to-value project, so we are aiming to reprocess tailings and to make high-purity manganese products. So maybe to rebound on your first point, yes, of course, the label in and of itself has value. We are raising money, and the timing was superb. So my thanks to DG Grow, because yes, the label happened in the middle of our fundraising and attracted attention at a time when markets are very difficult. And frankly, it gives a push. Where perhaps the future will be more focused is on strategic offtakes for these projects. So there, let's see what the label does.
So, Makango, we're developing projects across the rare earth supply chain. So our project in Poland is the Plave Rare Earth Separation Project, which was designated as a strategic project. So we're very pleased for that support. That project itself is underpinned by a rare earth project in Malawi, which we've taken from exploration through to mine development agreement. And in parallel with that, we're developing rare earth magnet recycling and manufacturing in Germany, UK, which will be in production this year, both of those projects, and then the US. In terms of the strategic project process, I think, and our vision for what we're doing here is really to create a rare earths hub. And really a sort of gateway into Europe in terms of rare earth projects. We're developing the capability for rare earth magnet manufacturing as well. And the strategic project status really, I think, puts the project on the radar, both in terms of our investor base. We also had a very positive reaction, but also from a customer perspective as well. So we've had a lot of interest from customers, both for rare earth oxides and the downstream as well in terms of rare earth magnets. Yep.
Good evening, everybody. So I work for Eramet, which is a leading French mining and metallurgical company, owned by 27% by the French state, with a turnover of 3.4 billion and 10,000 employees. So our activities are mainly international. We operate the biggest nickel mine in Indonesia. We have one of the biggest manganese mine in Gabon. And we are expanding our portfolios to lithium, and we opened the first European company to produce lithium carbonate at an industrial scale in Argentina. And we are developing a geothermal lithium project in Alsace, in France, a virtually zero carbon footprint thanks to geothermal heat. And that's the project that has been recognized as strategic project by the European Union. And we are really proud of this label, which really gives a highlight on the willingness of the political institution at the French and European level to have a lithium mine in France and in Europe, which is really new compared to the year before. So.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nick Bitsios. I'm working for Metlen, which is a Greek company in the energy and metals space. In raw materials, we mine bauxite. We're the largest producer in the European Union. We take that to our refinery close by to extract the alumina that's in there, and then we do the next stage of production as well, producing primary aluminium. And the project that I'm here to discuss today involves roughly doubling our bauxite mining capacity in the EU, adding about 50% as well to the alumina production, so taking that to about 1.25 million tons per year. And then for the first time as well, producing gallium concentrate in Europe. It's been done in the past, it's not happening now, and we're doing it for the first time. We've trialed this already at a pilot level, and then we have the potential to go to about 50 tons per year, which is enough to cover the current demand that we have across the European Union for gallium. And to respond to the question, I would say absolutely yes, because it's maybe the first time that we had a really clear signal from our policymakers that we want these investments to happen in Europe. And that might sound trivial, but it's really not. Because when you're making an investment and you're taking that decision, The bottom line is, of course, financial. Will I get money back from this investment? But then there are all sorts of different risks that come up over the lifetime of a project. And having that label as strategic, it makes you feel like you have the backing of the establishment on all sorts of topics that we have to work together with the government and also the EU with. And I can give you a very tangible example of this. I'm from the aluminium sector, and we have a big impact now. We were right in the middle of this trade war that we're facing with the United States, China as well, and a big risk of redirection now of aluminium coming towards Europe. And having that strategic label helps you go and prove and say that we are important, we need to happen, and it gives you that confidence that when these strange things happen over the course of the project, that you will have the backing of the politicians as well.
Thank you. So my name is Matti Hietanen. I represent the Finnish Minerals Group. We are state-owned holding and development company for the Finnish mining industry and battery value chain. We have two projects or assets that have now received this CRMA label. The first one is our subsidiary Terrafame, and it's a new open pit or new ore body that will be opened after a few years. So this site is already in operation with the existing ore body, but this new ore body is the one that got the recognition or award. And then the second one is Keliber, where we act as a minority owner. That is a lithium project that is currently under construction and will start the production of lithium hydroxide next year. So both Terrafame and Keliber are integrated operations producing battery chemicals. So Terrafame nickel sulfate and cobalt sulfate, and Keliber lithium hydroxide. And I could say so that a couple of observations about this recognition or award. So first one is that in domestic perspective, I think that there was surprisingly a lot of media coverage about these decisions. So that is first observation. So there is interest when this type of policy and decisions are made. And the second observation is that, and this is something where I need to admit that I was perhaps a little too pessimistic in advance, but now the evidence has been that the local authorities, permitting authorities, they really have changed their way how to communicate and how to manage the permitting process after these labels. Because now for the first time we have really been given clear timelines and dates when decisions will be made, target dates and clear process that this is how it's prepared and when the decision will come. So obviously no security that what is the content of the decision, but this accelerated and clear process is a step forward.
Good afternoon. Michał Zygmunt. I represent Elemental, which is Polish recycling company. We operate in 80 locations worldwide, recovering, recycling and refining three major materials: platinum group metals, copper and precious metals recovered from e-scrap, and battery metals recovered from lithium-ion batteries. I will have a pleasure to host some of you tomorrow in our installation close to Krakow, where we run lithium-ion battery recycling facility and platinum group metal smelting and refining facility. So it's already a project within critical raw materials realized and commissioned. And we developed second project, which was labeled as strategic project, and the target, the scope of that project covers recovery of copper and silver from e-scrap and recovery of cobalt, nickel, lithium from battery waste. Both refining facilities. When we talk about the positive results and advantage from the label brand strategic project, for sure, as previous speaker said, it helps a lot in perception from the investor society in fundraising. It facilitates access to project finance, especially through DFIs like EIB, BRD. So it helps much. I believe that we will talk later on how we can fill that brand also with other tangible help for the project promoters, so that it's not only from the marketing point of view well perceived, but it also brings value for the projects, de-risking them substantially. But that's probably the following rounds. Thank you.
You can. That sounded very positive, but we are of course also here to develop new ideas. So you can be critical. You can put forward proposal what could be improved. That would be for the next round, but I would also approach a little bit the aspect Matti was tackling, the media coverage. But because I have to acknowledge we were a bit, ambivalent about it, because if you get media coverage, the public will become aware there will be mining projects. And as we know, and we discussed it before, we have an issue with public acceptance. So we were a little bit afraid, once people know, NGOs know, local populations know where the projects will be, there will be also resistance to these projects. So it would be interesting maybe if you could also tell us a little bit, how, if you have already experience with that, how this developed. Until now it was positive, but I think we are all aware that it's not a given, that we still have to fight to be transparent, and I think it's still also a task for us politicians to not only fight it at the European or at the national level, but at the regional, at the local level, to really push these projects through and explain to the people why they are important, why they are strategic. So if you, besides the proposals you would have for, giving more flesh to the strategic project label, also could tackle the issue of public acceptance, how you experienced this until now. That would be interesting.
Thank you very much. So thank you for raising that question. The thing with geological is that it's a tailings reprocessing. So what it's actually doing is getting value out of a cleanup, a massive industrial cleanup. So I think our relationship with both local society and the regulatory framework is slightly different. That being said, there is an element to having political backing, and I just want to shout out to the authorities of the Czech Republic who have stood by this project for a long time, and very visibly so. And it does carry into a lot of the relationships. Where I would perhaps look for the next steps and building on that kind of positive relationship with the policy sphere and with the politicians is that none of these projects exist in a silo. We don't exist alone. We only exist if somebody buys our product. And that buyer of a product is itself dependent on the buyer of whichever component, battery or EV they're going to make. And I think perhaps this is where we need to graduate to an ecosystem, a clusters approach, where we build linkages and where Brussels has a very specific role to play, because these will be cross-border linkages, which may happen in the EU, but may also happen with some of the countries that we rely on for both product and an output opportunity for our product. So the next step now is to say, okay, we will probably have more strategic projects. It would be very beneficial for those strategic projects to start to form a network where we see the linkages that Europeans are going to value, support, and build on. At the moment, we have little individual stars. We need constellations, and we need a lot of work on who buys the product, why, and why they buy specifically a European product. The industrial policy and the vision is still very unclear and needs to emerge for all of us to work.
I think from a Makango perspective, I mean, we've been working in Malawi since 2010, taking a project from an early stage to a late stage. Community development and relationships has always been a core part of the vision of the company, and I think, we'll obviously, extend that through to downstream developments wherever they may be. And I think sort of building on the concept of linkages within the supply chain, there's a huge opportunity to see, development in Poland, catalyzing development in Malawi, and our projects in Malawi. It's a community development project as well as a commercial project, so it'll transform the country. I think in Poland with the sort of rare earths hub around Puławy that I think we can create, I think that will provide a very exciting future for future growth in the region. And consistent with those sort of linkages, in Germany we're developing a recycling business that could supply the 25% minimum recycled content for rare earth projects and products into Europe, coupled with primary supply from Malawi.
For our project, it's geothermal brine. So it's not a mine that we think about, and we partnered with Électricité de Strasbourg, which is a local electricity producer who has a long-time experience in geothermal energy. And we just come and plug our direct lithium extraction technology to this geothermal brine. So,
but you do some drilling.
we do some drilling.
And
but
some people are afraid of these drillings.
Of course. And that's why it's really important to, with our partner that has been for 100 years, the local electricity company, who has developed really strong ties with all the collectivities in Alsace. And this project takes time, and we want to use this time to really explain, to see the risk, to have a proper and transparent dialogue with everybody, because there has been experience in Strasbourg of micro-seismicity, which has been quite detrimental for the image of geothermal energy. So the idea is really to take time, explain, and explain that our project will help to match the lithium objective of the European Union. It could provide the lithium for 300,000 cars per year, and to have, although heat, 1.5 terawatt-hour of heat, green heat for the region. So all the benefits that it can give, and really a strong and deep dialogue with everybody to reassure on the seismicity question.
Thank you. So I'm a lobbyist by trade, so I have a long list of things I'd like to ask for as well, but we can focus first on the question of public acceptance, because it's incredibly important as well. I think there are two main things here. The first one is educational, and the fact that we are speaking a lot more about this is incredibly important. It's reached now a point where you turn on the news, it's linked to geopolitics, national politics, and that does, of course, pass through into the overall public perception that people have of why we need to mine, why we need to process and recycle as well, of course. The second one is to also focus on the benefits. And we were talking with Romain just before this panel. The history of our plant is we had a French company that came, it was Péchinet back then, in the 1960s, and the bauxite deposits in Greece are in central Greece, quite far away from all the big urban areas. And the alumina and aluminium facility was built nearby, but by the sea to expedite shipping and all of this. So they needed to build a town from scratch, a little village to house all the workers. And this has developed in the 50, 60 years since then into a whole community. So we have about 2,000 workers between the ones who are involved in the mining and then the ones that are at the refinery and the aluminium smelter. But then all around this, you have literally tens of thousands of people who have built restaurants. They've built the little place where you can go and you get your coffee, the supermarkets, the gas stations, and everything that comes with having a community. So the indirect benefit of this, beyond just the 2,000 workers, expands to many tens of thousands of people, and it really does support the local economy, as was mentioned by the previous speakers as well.
Nick, I think I will take you to Serbia because we have some issues there, also explaining to the local population that this is a huge project for rural development, but you know, you have to believe into growth, you have to believe into this ecosystem, into the infrastructure which will be built, because it's seen from different perspectives. It's not always seen positive. I'll take you there. So, Matti.
Thank you, and I try not to repeat what has been said already, because I think that there were so many good views, so perhaps trying to find something new, a couple of points. So firstly, I think that it was, as such, mentioned that you need to be careful when you kind of like give guidance from the Brussels to different regions, and how kind of like regions should think about their own projects, and obviously you need to have that local social license to operate, which is extremely important. So basically, that is like kind of like both like a negative and positive thing at the same time, because on the other hand, I think that it's very kind of like important recognition that your project, so that the Brussels says that your project is important for the Europe. So that is as such positive, but you need to play it right, because at the same time there might be like an irritation that, okay, now Brussels is saying what we should do, and that is something that needs to be carefully planned. And important point there is that you need to be able to show the local benefits, and that is not only with that one specific project, but with the larger value chain as well. So obviously the project itself creates growth and prosperity, but if it's only one mining project, for example, then the local view very easily can be that, okay, we are just like seen as a kind of like a source of resources, raw materials, and the benefit of the raw materials is kind of like given somewhere else. And this is, for example, the discussion that it is ongoing in Finland currently. So if you think that Finland is one of the leading, or even the leading mining country in Europe, and there is a danger that local people see that if there are new mining projects in Finland, local people do not benefit sufficiently from the projects if the refining happens somewhere else. And therefore, for example, in our mandate, it is extremely important to not only to facilitate the mining projects, but the whole value chain from these green transition metals to downstream refining of battery materials, for example. So that is big part of that justification. And then the other point is that, as someone in the earlier panel said today, that when you talk with young people, and if you talk about mining and the kind of like a feedback is that, okay, you are mining bitcoins. So if that is the kind of like understanding of the world, so there is really a lot of work that needs to be done with the education. And I think that we as an industry, but also political decision makers should do more in order to kind of like market this industry, because it can offer very interesting and good job opportunities for young people. Because from our perspective also it's very important to get the best talent, and I believe that this process that we are now having can support us in that aspiration as well.
In case of our projects, we are the lucky one versus mining, that to some extent we can choose the place of realization of the project. So one of the approach we take is first to reduce the risk of externalities by choosing the place which will be connected with the smallest volume of such incidents cases. To give you an example, when we were choosing the place for the project you will see tomorrow, we shortlisted close to 50 locations, potential locations, where we ended with 3 where we were permitted and built in one of them. So this is one approach. It does not grant smooth operation and construction. It just reduces the volume of problems, and of course on the top, communication, interactions with local communities, NGOs, municipality, council, etc. This is a normal project promoter's job. What's our observation is that we've noticed much less protests or claims in the project construction phase than in the project realization, because then only people who do not necessarily engage daily in the neighborhood, they notice the externality, they notice the noise, the traffic, etc. So this actually communication and discussion with the neighbors is a permanent activity, and there is always a group of people who will be disappointed and who will not accept, because the externality is so painful for them that there is no justification which can make them supporting the project. So it's also a part of the project promoter job, that you need to understand and accept that there will be a group of people you will not convince. However, you can still communicate with them, not ignore. And that's like observations from our side. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I think we touched also on, for the last round, on a very important topic. You said we need alliances which go further into ecosystems, into the supply chain. So I would like to be a little bit provocative for the last question, because this is what we discussed on the floors. Who's going to buy your products? So once the project is developed, once you produce, I mean, some of you, I think, you're still in the preparing phase, most of the projects. So do you have the take-off agreements? Do you have the people who buy these products which we have supported with EU money, which are sourced sustainably, which are sourced in Europe? So let's go first with you, Ludivine.
I'm sorry, I'm going to be Schrödinger's director, so I cannot believe that in a world where more than 90% of high-purity manganese comes out of China, we would be collectively still taking a risk. So that's my cause for optimism. I am simultaneously a bit despaired, because we have a demo plant that produces on-spec high-purity manganese products, better production levels than expected. And frankly, at the moment, our biggest problem is who will be the cornerstone off-taker that actually trips us into development, we're development ready, and into a long industrial story. And I know, and I'm looking at my DG Grow friends, that we're going to roll out matchmaking and all those words. I don't need a lover, I need a buyer. And at the moment, I'm not getting a buyer. So I think there's two things to consider. The first one is, there's been a lot of attention on us and what we need to do, and we will continue to do it, and if our job is hard, that's the job. There needs to be focus on our buyers. Our buyers need to be brought to a table where we negotiate what they're looking for. I have a lot of respect for German OEMs. At the moment, they're not coming to my party, they're not interested. Who else is going to talk to us? Defense in Europe is a very serious game, only going to get more serious. It's also, if possible, more fragmented, less collaborative, and less able to give us a demand signal than automotive. That's saying something. So I think all of us believe in a European story and see the value of creating today the resilience that we will need tomorrow. The rest of Europe needs to get on board the train because we will not do this work if we don't have a buyer.
I think in the case of rare earths, certainly it is a fragmented supply chain. So that is one of the challenges in the sector. You know, the market opportunity in Europe, and it's the biggest market for rare earth magnets, you know, outside Asia. So I think there's a very significant commercial opportunity. I think, you know, we've had very strong customer interest following the announcement. But the next steps, I think, are to put the further pieces in place to tie up the supply chain where it's not already in place in Europe. So, I mean, we, through the recycling and magnet manufacturing business, we're sort of tackling the far end of the supply chain. So we will have magnet making capacity in Europe, but it's tying it all together with oxide production from Poland. I think that's really a key priority for us going forward.
Yeah, and on lithium, we are quite sure that prices will remain almost stable in the next years because there will be significant new supply to be invested in by 2030. And the price it's quite low actually. And there is currently no market premium for a carbon-free European-based lithium supply. That's for sure. There is no market differentiation. And our project is really capex intensive. And it's almost twice more expensive than Latin American lithium brine. So we will need public support. And the link between the strategic label and the funding is not that clear for now. And we came close to securing InnoFund financing last year, and we have applied this year, but the label doesn't give any advantages on the InnoFund application. So, yeah, we are looking for that kind of subsidy to bridge the gap of the competitiveness of that kind of project in Europe.
Yep, it's a really good question. So I can say from our side, all of the aluminium that we're currently producing in Europe, we sell within Europe. We sell part of our alumina production as well within Europe. This will remain the case after we go ahead with this investment. For the gallium production, it's still very early to say, of course, but the objective would be that. And I mentioned before that the entire demand of the entire EU for gallium is currently can be covered by the 50 tons that we are planning to produce. So that is obviously something that we would like to see increase, especially when you think of the strategic uses, semiconductors being the most obvious example of this. I say this fully aware of the massive challenges that we have to make sure that we have semiconductor production and other strategic technologies being produced in Europe. But I think that this is what DG GROW was trying to do when they put the Critical Raw Materials Act along with the Net Zero Industry Act, trying to create the conditions to have these value chains in Europe, the raw materials feeding into the strategic technologies. I would say we can open this up a bit more to go into semiconductors being one. Defense industry is one that's highly relevant, as well as a consumer, let's say, of the raw materials. So I think we have an overarching challenge here, rather than just picking winners, because I think the legislation is really important to produce the signals and help with the labeling and the permitting and all that. But how do we create this overarching business environment where these investments can take place in Europe? We have some massive challenges, of course. There's the energy aspect. There's the critical raw materials tend to have at least one energy-intensive stage of production. We have the challenge that was touched upon by the previous speakers of the fact that we are going ahead as Europe in terms of our climate ambitions, sustainability ambitions. That is really important, and it's how do we marry that with making sure that we can still have production in Europe. I think that's the biggest challenge that we are trying to tackle now, not just the Commission, but everyone who's at the Parliament as well, everyone that's involved in Brussels. So I think these are the pieces of the puzzle we have to put together to make sure that we have an overall positive business framework and environment in Europe where these different stages of the value chain can take place in Europe, and to tackle basically this big challenge that we have with the fractures that we're seeing, unfortunately, in globalization over the past few months and years.
Thanks. So we basically have all the key battery raw materials in our portfolio, but I will talk about nickel because that is the one that we are currently producing in a large scale, and we are actually the largest nickel producer in Europe with 70% share. And in nickel, in the whole industry, we have the lowest CO2 footprint. And the nickel we produce is mainly meant for the battery value chain. And can you guess that where we currently ship our product? China. Why? There is no production, further refining in Europe in a large scale. And that is what I basically referred also earlier, that it is a key part of this puzzle that we need to have the whole value chain in Europe so that there would be shipping addresses in Europe as well. That is what we are trying to do. And we have published that we have offtake agreements, for example, with likes of Renault and Stellantis. Yeah, that is very important, but when they tell us that where to ship, they obviously need to give a shipping address to some facility that can further refine our product. And if it's not in Europe, then it is probably in China nowadays. So from our perspective, the key thing is to bring the further refining and the whole value chain here.
I share views of some of previous speakers, would indicate here two layers of discussion which probably need to be taken on European level for the whole Europe for the future. It's not just a matter of off-takers, because most of the products which we'll produce are commodities and very much needed by the industry. But there are two phenomena. One which was indicated by Matti and Ludovin, that today in the battery value chain you cannot produce EV without involvement of Chinese supplier. It means that the supply chain is controlled by Chinese manufacturers, and it is not wrong as long as we benefit from that. So tools from the European and member state levels which in return for giving access to the market require that there is certain European content there supporting this critical project is a must. Otherwise, we will have very nice strategic projects which will not necessarily find home for whole capacity. The second layer, the second side, but it's also similar high-level problem connected with industrial policy is that all our projects will meet very high ESG-related requirements, will bear the costs of energy under ETS program, so we'll meet the best available techniques, what is very positive, but it means costs in CapEx, costs in OpEx. And then we need to sell our products matching the lowest international price of the product, which is set by the installations which do not invest that CapEx and OpEx to meet these requirements. So it's imbalanced equation, which in a long run will result in a total leaching of extractive metallurgy from Europe, because even subsidized and supported project, which needs to compete with the international projects not meeting these costs, doesn't have chance to survive. So either we have protection in form of tariffs, subsidizing in form of OpEx subsidies, or compromise in our expectation towards projects to make them matching the international level. So these two angles are very important, and they are within the industrial policy area to be solved. Otherwise, I mean, apart from that, we will produce excellent commodities which market requires at the lowest possible price market wants to buy it.
Sorry, I'm breaking protocol, but very quickly.
Just a time limit.
I'm very quick. I've done this business mostly in emerging markets, and there's one aspect that's almost never discussed here. It's incentives. It's not European. This is member state level. We need tax breaks. We need tax holidays. We need, all sorts of conducive tax frameworks which are going to reduce our tax base and our cost base almost as much as subsidies. I'm actually more in favor of incentives because they're longer-term tools, and it's very hard to get those conversations going in the EU.
So, dear audience, I think that was a lot of straight talk at the very end, a lot of very concrete proposals, a lot of homework also for us in Brussels, because it's about the market. And we need some intervention into the market. I think we are all aware of it. We need to do it smart. We also need to discuss the Chinese participation involvement. We need to be serious about it. We need to be blunt about it. I think that's the next stage. I think we are ready to take this task on, and I'm again very glad that we have this kind of opportunities to discuss this between practitioners, between policymakers, between regulators, between the business sector. I think that's really the big joy I have with this issue, that we have this close cooperation, and I'm really confident that we can bring this forward in the next month and years to come. I have another 4 years, the Commission has another 4 years. We have 5 years to achieve our targets until 2030, and I think we have the obligation to show that we deliver. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Well, one more session, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you can do it. Okay. Please. Yeah. Take your seats, ladies and gentlemen, please. Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, our final panel for today's event is perhaps in some respects the most important. If you have the best project, if you have the best geology, if you have the best technology, if you have a social license to operate, if you have a legal framework, you're still not going to have a project unless you have the money to build it. So, moderated by Nicolas Beer, who I've already introduced, this panel will deal with how we support projects through the value chain with funding. The panel is composed of Nicolas Beer, who I've mentioned, Vitor Correa from the International Raw Materials Observatory, Rafał Gowemyowski, and please forgive me if I've murdered your surname, I apologize, from the World Bank, Madalena, who's already participated today, Jan Klaassen from KfW in Germany. Unfortunately, Natalia Nakozana, who is an old friend of mine, is unwell, so cannot join us today. But Mateusz Szturek from the Polish Development Bank is also going to, I'm sure you'll make up for the loss as you are the other development financier here. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, thank you very much. And thanks to everybody who came back in this room. I know we had a long day, but I think it was very interesting. We really touched upon a lot of topics, and we saw how big this magnitude of challenges, but also opportunities is. And maybe also our panel is so interesting because now we come to the money question. So how to finance what was discussed the whole day through. And maybe we just start with one of the bankers of the podium. Jan, may I ask you how your organization, KfW, as one of the national promotional banks, is contributing to this development of value chains, projects? We were just discussing the whole day through. Can you give us some examples?
Yes. Thank you, Nicola.
Switch it on.
Yep, works. Thank you, Nicola. Happy to do that. Welcome everybody back to the room. My name is Jan Klaassen. I'm a first vice president at KfW, the German promotional bank. And we offer financing for a number of raw materials projects since decades in domestic as well as abroad. And I can structure that into 3 sections to answer the question. First of all, we divide into commercial business and promotional business. If we take commercial business, that's done through KfW IPEX Bank, which offers debt financing for 2 opportunities. First, for tight financing, which means that a project which is developing either processing or recycling or mining on a worldwide basis uses European procurement. That means it can get loans from us as long as procurement machinery is purchased in Europe and Germany. The second one is untied financial loans, which means you can have the financing used to purchase your procurement and the machinery anywhere in the world unless you send the stuff you produce to Germany, and Germany only. Those are the two debt instruments. We can define the descendants into Germany and Europe. There are some flexibility there, but this is the two options. What we do not finance is exploration. This is typical equity risks, pure equity risks. And in addition to those classical instruments, which work since decades, as I mentioned, we have since October 2nd, the German Raw Material Fund, which provides under the aegidance from the German government, where KfW is the enabler and the single point of contact for you to provide equity or equity-similar instruments for projects in the value chain of mining, of processing and recycling, as long as there is an offtake agreement into European production sites for at least 5 years. Then there's the willingness from the German government to support that with a long-term view and with equity financing. This would be, in short, the answer to your question. I'm happy to elaborate, given the timing.
Thank you very much. Now we bring the international part on this picture, because Rafael is working within the World Bank Group with IFC. So maybe you can elaborate a little bit what the strategic international partnerships bring to the table in this business. Also, not only partnerships on the promoter side, but also on the financing side. What can you bring to the table, but what are the challenges and what is needed to fill the gap?
Thank you. Rafał Gołębiowski, I'm Chief Investment Officer at the International Finance Corporation, part of the World Bank Group. Just one reflection on what IFC is. We are a private sector development arm of the World Bank Group, established in 1956, so long time ago, and have done business in mining and processing and recycling on all continents, including Europe. In Poland, after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we've invested over $1 billion, and this way we've returned to the market. We were very active here in the 90s. On the specific topic of today's conversation, it is always interesting to see how the financing panel comes last at these conferences. Money is important, and I think we will be closing the loop, which will require more conversation with participants of this conference from the morning hours, because that's what strategic partnerships are about. This is a very complex sector. It requires cooperation of the companies that are involved in it, the governments, development institutions as well, but all of this requires mindful industrial policy to start with in every country. Increasingly so over the years, as the ESG rules have strengthened across the globe, mining has become more difficult. In fact, when IFC invests in mining in Argentina or in any country in Africa, we apply the ESG standards, which we would apply in Europe. Over time, that brings the level playing up across the globe. But for Europe to enter the game, it will require a different type of partnership of European Union and specific countries from where it can source materials for processing. It will require a partnership within the European Union between the governments and the companies through incentives, risk sharing, and price undertaking. We can perhaps go into these things in detail a little bit later. Thank you.
Peter, you're just nodding, especially when the price undertaking was mentioned. I mean, the question for Rafal was first-hand on partnerships, but if we speak about price undertaking, it's more about competition and maybe not really fair competition, so more unfair competition. We as EIB, we often see manipulations in the market. Every minute, projects comes with public information outside, so it is one of the most secrets in the bank, are the CRM projects. What is your point of view on that? So how we can install a more fair competition also by reducing the possibilities of manipulating, which then would help, and we heard it also from former panels, a little bit mitigating this price volatility we see in the market, which makes the bankability for all of us here on the panel, I guess, very difficult.
Yes, thank you so much for the question. Well, just let me highlight before going to these sort of measures that we have a problem on the minerals industry that is not normally acknowledged. And that's the fact that most of the money, the investors' money, goes to gold. It goes to gold exploration, and just recently at the PDAC there was a session for investors, and the question was, let's invest in copper or let's invest in gold? Because copper is one of the transition metals. And the answer was, it's more safe, and it's, I mean, from the investor's perspective, and the revenues are bigger if you decide to invest in gold. So that's part of the landscape, meaning that attracting investors to invest in base metals or in critical raw materials, is quite difficult. And price undertaking, so we are talking about also about an industry that takes many years to be developed. And you see, for instance, what's happening now with the critical raw materials prices. Many of these prices are low, despite the demand forecasts. So lithium prices, I mean, and this is happening because most of the markets are small. And if they are small, they are prone to manipulation. And this is not new to us, at least in Europe. When I started my career, Portugal was having one of the biggest tungsten mines in Europe, one of the best deposits in the world, a world-class deposit. In those years, the mine was operating, and that was back in 1992. The mine was operating for a couple of years, then the Chinese decided to flood the market with low-priced tungsten. The mine was closed, it was put on maintenance for a few months, and then it was reopened like 1 or 2 years later. And that was the sort of burst and boom cycles that we need to counter, especially if we can't attract investors because this is a difficult, let's say, business, then providing these sort of mechanisms like what is called the price floor mechanism. So telling the market or telling the investors that Europeans will be guaranteeing the price for a specific material or raw material, if it is a critical raw material, that signals the other players, namely the Chinese, that it's not really clever to try to dump and manipulate the price of, let's imagine, gallium or lithium, because in the end they will be losing money. So that's probably one of the mechanisms that can be used using public money, but which is not expensive. Because in the end, if that mechanism exists, there is a strong possibility that the manipulation won't happen, because then it will be just a waste of money. Thank you.
I guess we will continue on that, but I will bring in Matej in the discussion, because this is a call for better tailored financing instruments, for a wider range of instruments. But just to start with Mateusz on this question, so how to better be prepared also from the product range we as the financing community can offer?
First of all, the example given, price stabilization mechanism, that's just stockpiling. I mean, this is pretty much what you're talking about in practice. I mean, and for that, it's super difficult to do it through bank mechanism. It probably has to be public money, full stop. I mean, if we believe in this as a mechanism. So that kind of answers part of your question. Is the range of instruments enough? No, probably not. BGK, with its is not only a development bank, it is a bank. It is a regulated bank, unlike KfW. Things that we do on our books are subject to pretty similar restrictions, requirements from the point of view of credit risk than a commercial bank. That said, we do look much more forward in the future. I mean, as 100-year-old institutions, it's easier. So for many of the projects that take multi-decades to develop, it's easier for us to provide financing also on a commercial basis. I mean, 20, 30 years financing even is feasible for us for debt instruments. So critical raw materials in general, they sit quite well with BGK's sort of new strategy and new pillars. There's no competitive economy, there's no safe economy, there's no zero carbon economy without that. To start with, I mean, recycling is a part of that business. We just had, and many of you will be seeing Elemental Holding, which is also our partner. So that's one bit. But some of these investments can be done through debt instruments. Some of the required investments in this area cannot. And exploration was mentioned. We are open to financing exploration also, but then you have to be talking about huge companies that can take it on their books, in fact, the risk then would be of a big, wealthy company, and that's easy for the bank. Not always the case, and there is certainly a room for a risk-sharing instrument of some kind in this area. The equity is another thing. We're scaling up our equity capabilities also, and we're open to these kind of investments also abroad. And then sort of expansion of Polish firms abroad is one of the priorities that we are happy to finance, and we do finance also in Africa, also in Central Asia, where critical raw materials are present. And let me just end with one element which I think is quite important, because as is often the case with development finance in general, you have to have your priorities and the logic straight, because what exactly are we trying to achieve? I mean, a lot of security in terms of raw materials and critical raw materials supply can and probably should be provided by private companies operating in the business. I mean, it's in their interest to have a good source of supply, proper stockpiles, diversified value chains. And there is a social benefit to it, but there's also a private benefit to it. And it's important not to offload the companies completely, but instead create mechanisms that stimulate that. And so, financing of this diversification on the corporate side could be an important element also for institutions like us. We will certainly be looking and trying to invest a bit more in this area.
Thank you very much. You just want to come in, because if not, I would give Madalina the chance. But
I just want
if it's exactly on this point.
I just want to come in quickly on the issue of price mechanism and stockpiling. This is a financing panel. This is not a subsidy panel. I think this is asking the budgets from the states. I hear that quite often, that from institutions like yourselves and advisors, that the state needs to issue a price guarantee. This cannot work in a long-term market. We can finance stockpiling, like options, like we do it in the fossil market. There's always a national oil reserve, there's a gas reserve, and these kind of things can be financed through institutions like BGK and KfW, with traders to put in these things. But I would caution to destroy the market price mechanism through guaranteeing a certain price where speculators will always bet against. You can do in a financing proposal, take a long-term view through the cycle. Yes, this needs expertise and management, that we can do. But asking for price mechanism, I think, is asking the state too much. We are talking about financing, not about subsidy.
Yes,
but
I think we'll have a debate on this one.
Yeah, but it is exactly what we want to do. That we have really, I mean, we heard a lot of the challenges, also the gaps. And I think here we have to nail down, have we already the right tools? Have we not? What is the role of the private space and what is the role of states, member states, European level? Is a regulation framework enough? Or, I mean, we heard also on some other panels quite huge obligations towards the corporate side. Is this really an incentive, or where we have to have the incentives from? Last panel I heard it was about tax incentives. So there are very different means. European Parliament during the regulations and the negotiations was discussing about revolving funds for problems we saw like exploitation, because here now we had a whole panel saying yes, exploitation is needed, but we cannot finance. So how we solve these problems? If you want to come in quickly, but I think we can really have also the expertise from the Commission side. Maybe also there is some more in the pipeline, we'll see, but just come into it.
Just quick reaction. It's apparent that in the world over the years, in this sector, a lot of investments have been made on different continents, in different countries, according to very well thought industrial policies. Mm-hmm. And that means involving government and companies and banks together. Really, you cannot structure financing of a exploration or mine or even processing or even recycling if you have either very unstable price for rare earths. This is not steel, this is not copper, that the banks are used to financing. No problem, we know how to do it. It's all tied to GDP and cycles. But on the other materials, no. So Europe has to compete with those other areas that have already implemented big investments in those areas according to industrial policies where state participated. And that's really what's needed here. It's very hard to say, coming from the World Bank Group, that markets have to be somehow assisted. But there's always room for public-private partnerships, and especially in these areas. You know, it takes 10 years from exploration to pre-feasibility study, and then another 3 years to feasibility study, and then another year and a half to get the mine going. That's on average 16 years. And countries like Saudi Arabia are cutting that time right now to 5 by really putting together a system of incentives to those who do exploration, so they don't lose money, but at the same time don't gain as much at the end when they hit the deposits. Yeah, you can ask a question, what does the ESG requirement look like there compared to Europe? I'll let you Google that. But nevertheless, it works when it's all concerted. So it's not about stockpiling and subsidizing forever. This is about actually putting the industry on the map. And I think that over time, even in those other jurisdictions, that assistance wanes over time when the scale is reached.
So now we come to Madalina. I mean, Madalina, we heard Europe is pretty behind in timing with its strategy, but now it's acting. So we saw a lot of very inspiring projects. We saw a lot of solutions today. But okay, we have to fill some gaps. Is it now to let, when it comes to finance, just to a cherry picking, okay, this and that we do, the rest is a gap? Who is balancing out how we deal with private and public? Because then it's also private money and public money. Which incentives we need? What is the Commission to plan further?
Yes, so what we did first was to create a legal framework, right? A regulatory framework that says that this sector is important, that this is a priority for Europe, and that we will jointly, together with the 27 member states, will work to make it happen and to make it well. Then we selected the first strategy projects. There will be others to come, and they show that this is the way forward, and that is how we build our domestic capacities. And then we thought how we are going to support these projects. Unfortunately, everybody knows this act couldn't come with a budget because we are in the middle of a financial perspective, which has been negotiated a few years ago by the member states. So then we thought, okay, let's create a group which is very powerful, in which we bring together the member states with their power of the EU funding, which it's there, and the financial institutions. And all of you are actually part of this subgroup, where we actually together sit and think how we can make this project happen. And after we created this group and we came together and we put on the table, these are the projects, let's think, then we map what resources are there from the EU side, from the public side, yeah, from the member states, at the member states level, and then how we can actually use them to support these projects. We do have InvestEU that provides guarantees through the implementing partners. We do have the Recovery and Resilience Fund that was established after REPowerEU to support, and we have examples, member states that are using this money, EU funding, to support raw materials projects, and we will encourage them to work more on that. We are actually providing support to the member states to how to access this money. We do have the FDR, and we do have funding for the external actions. So we've mapped on this, and we are working together with the member states and with you as financial institutions to see how we can support the projects. Some of the member states, they build their own CRM funds. That's in the same venue that they want to support with private funding the projects. That's great. Others, they are thinking about tax incentives, because it was already mentioned. Each member state has to find its own way, I think, in this. For the EU level, at the EU level, I think we need to look at the next financial perspectives when we can actually build the raw materials sector into the structure of the financial perspective, and where we can actually envisage specific funding to support the projects.
Okay, when I listen to you, so the message is more or less money at the end will not be the problem. But how we overcome this reluctance in the moment for commitments, because this reluctance is on several levels. We heard from some panels, yes, if there is no offtake, I have no business case, even I have a good project. We hear that, yes, we know their exploration is needed, but this is difficult to finance. So who might come in on this question? So how we kick off against this reluctance? And I think it's totally right to take also the private part really in responsibility on that, because at the end it's also a question of mitigating their risk. They want to do business, and if now with the geopolitical shift, we have to mitigate the risk of supply chains and so on in a different manner, then they have to do it. If not, there will not be a business in that. So how to come forward in this European endeavor, really to come to actions all together, how we can incentivize that everybody is bringing to the table of the solution what he is strong in. Jan, you are nodding.
Yes, I'm nodding because I think the money at the end, I share your view, is basically not the problem. The willingness to have mining projects and processing plants in Europe, that is the problem. We have not had a new mine open since decades. We have exported the dirty work. And we need to have a change in the mindset. No, we have to have it, yes, in Europe, we can show the ESG, but it cannot take 5 years to have a permit. And the 16 years, Raphael pointed out, the instruments you mentioned, they are all the right ones and the necessary ones, saved from a price mechanism. If we have the biggest risk for not getting financing is uncertainty. The private companies want to be sure that they can plan, have a timetable that's adhered to. I know that's difficult for certain political decisions and for permitting, but this is the game change. Have a reliable time plan, stick to it, then you get the financing and get the permits in time. And we need to accept that using Mother Earth does have some consequences. We can do it with ESG criteria, but still we're using Mother Earth in our backyard. This is the mindset that has to be there.
Yeah, but now we heard today, that there is a lot of development in the question whether to mine in Europe or not. And I think we only had such quick movement around, maybe also in the defense space, because Europe is now really trying to get up on being strong also in defense. This was not a discussion 2 years, 3 years ago. So this is needed, and I think we see a lot of mining projects also within Europe, and you have it on your strategic project list, Madalena, so this is something people now understand, okay, we have to do it also to prove that we can do it. Nevertheless, we have problems. We have problems in really exploring, is it worth to dig here or on another spot? We have problems after, even if there is a mine, of processing. So why there are no more plants built up in Europe, is it really the problem of the willingness, or do we have also lacks of knowledge in how to run a processing plant in a really business case worse form here in Europe? Did we lose too much of the knowledge? Vito?
Can I say something about that? Thank you. Well, you just touched very important points, but it's important to say that outside this space, most of the people, lay people, first, they don't know what are critical raw materials. Second, they are against mining. Even if you educate these people, I mean, if you do hands-on educational, let's say, games, most of them won't change their minds. So the question is that we face now in our perspective in Europe is that we have a brilliant framework, the Critical Raw Materials Act, that is really well designed, but the implementation goes to member states. And at the member states level, in many countries, goes to regions or to municipalities, where the mayors are elected by the locals. And they will need to tell their constituents that I'm going to open a mine here. So first we need to change completely the approach even from the industry side. The mine cannot be what the environmental groups say an extractivist approach. It should be a local or regional development business. Because what's happening with mine, and we have seen, most of us, I believe, have many examples of that, of a mine that was a seed for development. We have many cases of that in Portugal. And the mine probably does not exist anymore, but you still have the hospital, you still have the shipyard, you still have other businesses that are operating after the end of the mining operation. So you need to approach people and say, mining is a seed for local development. And it was mentioned in one of the panels in the morning that you can even use business models where you couple mine and recycling, and suddenly the mining company is not a miner. It's a metals provider. It will be a metals provider now from primary raw materials, and 20 or 30 years from now, it will be a metals provider from recycling. And that also changes everything, because long-term and stability, and we are going to price stability mechanisms, long-term is crucial for having these, let's say, industrial policy perspectives. If you don't have long-term views, if you don't have stability, you won't get the money. And the local municipalities, the local governments won't have a stable community development agreement in place because the mining company, it will be open and closed, open and closed. And that won't work, especially in small markets that are manipulated. It's not iron ore. As you were saying, we are talking about germanium or gallium or something like that. Very small amounts. Sorry.
No. I just look at Mateusz. From the skepticism in your face, I have the impression you are not really convinced. But what would be the tool you are proposing? Also because you quite clearly pointed out what you can do and what you are not doing. So how we fill the gaps as we need the overall picture?
Because this is the last panel, I have a very, very strong temptation to actually say something that is has not been said yet. And let me start with a disclaimer that I put this as a food for thought. I'm not necessarily fully agree with what I'm going to say just in a second. But first theory. For all the industrial policy by China in particular, quite possibly we are just benefiting from it. Yeah, we are, it's the China that got this wrong. Yes, it does expose Europe and everyone else to disruptions, but China exposes itself if it tries to use this geostrategically. So that makes an attempt to counter that extremely difficult from financing point of view, because it might use it as a weapon, might not, for decades, and how to deal with the oversupply created, for example. I mean, of course, we are in the country where we understand the Russian oil politics much better, and it's tangible, it's real. So that's something that we need to take in mind, but possibly with many of these raw materials and looking at the prices, it is not something immediate, and that makes it, from the policy point of view, from financing point of view, super, super difficult to deal with. So that's one thing. On the community building element, I don't think it's very controversial. I think it's, I mean, again, looking at southern Poland in general, both east from here, where there's oil industry from 19th century, and west from here, with coal mining and others, of course. Yeah, the thing is that in Europe, we value our environment, we value the social part much more, perhaps, politically as well, than in some other places. So it can be done, and it is done, if you look at the difficulty and political problems of closing down the mines today, you still have to fight hard politically to do it. So it's just a question of local taxes being paid. As simple as that. You start with that, and you get the infrastructure, you get hospitals, you get communities, and you get comfortable living. But it does add to the overall cost compared to Africa and some other places where you don't have to do it. It's just like environmental taxes, in a sense. Yeah, it's social taxes, which is fine. It should be done that way. But it just makes mining in Europe inherently more expensive than in some other places, and that's just way of life. We have to accept it as probably. So I threw these two ideas as a caution, because some of the things will not be easy to solve, or will be very, very expensive for a very long time, possibly without a big payoff early on. So that's something that we will need to deal with.
Totally agree, but if it would be easy, everybody can do it. Rafal was just noting, you have a solution on the more difficult parts.
Yeah, the solution is in the making. It's elemental. So we invested $90 million actually in the company out of 290 that they raised 2 years ago. That's urban mining. We talked about Bitcoin mining, natural resource mining. This is urban mining. And I want to leave it on the optimistic note. It's easier in Europe to do that, to do recycling and get materials out of our waste than to open a new mine. Also, it's easier to process raw materials that can be brought from somewhere else than to open a mine. So let's do that. It's not easy either, very easy. We've heard today that even in those areas, there's always a struggle after the investment is made with the local communities, with NGOs. And I think to the extent that any of this activity is a public good, there has to be a de-risking, some kind of de-risking mechanism, agreement with the government. And I'm not talking about subsidies here, I'm talking about defense mechanisms so that the investors don't lose their shirt later on, that it doesn't turn out to be the wrong thing to do. And in terms of the last thing about the price undertaking, you know, price undertaking is also done by other private players. It's not just the government subsidizing or setting the price and subsidizing the fluctuations. If it weren't for Mercedes and others to commit to buy the green steel for their vehicles, then the green steel project in Sweden would not happen. So there is a conscious mechanism of pricing a more expensive product into a final product. And when it works, that can be done as well. So I think there's a big way forward. And again, recycling, that's half of our solution.
Rafael, I really love your optimistic note. And yes, recycling is a low-hanging fruit. But I guess that the European Union wants to do the whole value chain, no? Madalina, so what is then the solution for the rest?
Well, you gave me the last word. I mean, I think together we have to find a solution, and discussion shows that it's not easy. Yeah? It's a new process to all of us, but I think we went through this in other sectors as well. Like when Europe moved to renewables, I think we were in the same kind of discussions. How will we do it? Who is going to invest in renewables and so on? And now you go everywhere and you see windmills and panel solar, so it's happening. And I will also want to end with a positive note. We've been discussing with banks, with financiers, and there are investments happening in critical raw materials value chain, starting with extraction. And even the fact that EIB, and you mentioned in your opening remarks, is willing to invest 2 billion in 2025 on raw materials value chain shows that things are changing and this change is happening fast. So I'm sure that next year when we will have this high-level conference again and we'll come back, we will have different arguments and different points to put on the table that will show that actually we use this year to find the solutions that you are mentioning.
Good. And before we meet again next year on a similar panel, everybody for now has the chance to have one wish, which should be fulfilled, which we should be successful in. One wish free. One wish. You can just have one wish now at the end of our panel. What would be your preferred measure, tool, wish, before we meet again on the next panel on those questions? Mateusz, do you start?
Well, I wish the Trump's trade policy wouldn't happen because that would make recycling business so much easier because it's global by nature and it does throw a lot of sand into the wheels of this business.
Jan.
Take decisions and create reliable time frame. Get from talking to doing.
Madalina?
I wish for price stability because then I think all these problems will be solved. Yes.
Rafael?
I wish IFCs invest $500 million to $1 billion within a year in this sector in Eastern Europe by next year.
And Vitor, last but not least,
yes,
your wish.
I believe the big challenge is public acceptance, and I believe the wish is making Europeans more interested in the mineral sector. And for that, community development agreements, I strongly believe, are the key for it. Thank you.
So my wish maybe is that you all left the whole conference through. I will give over now to our conclusion remarks. I think the minister is starting, or yes, I was searching for Kerstin, but then the minister is starting for the final remarks. Perfect. Thank you all on the panel for your participation. I think it was great. Yes, this is applause. So then I hand over to you.
We have some brief closing remarks. First of all, from Kerstin Jorna, and secondly, to close the event, Christoph Galosch, our host. Kerstin, please.
Thank you very much for a great day. I have 5 takeaways, but they're very personal takeaways. So the first takeaway from our discussions I have is the social contract. That is something we all have to work on. It's about the skill set. I heard we have to start in kindergarten already, but also all the career paths. And we need to give it some fresh thought to drive this. We also need new role models, the miners, the new role model, you know, the ones maybe sitting behind a computer screen, the ones working on high-tech technology, working with satellites for exploration. And we don't show that enough, I think. We also have this wonderful example from Estonia on the exploration on a historically charged site, and where the fact of engaging with the communities, making communities co-own the project, actually has allowed you to make tremendous advances. We really have to learn from each other in this area and maybe look beyond our own plates as well. My second takeaway is on fragmentation. The Critical Raw Material Act overcame fragmentation between 27 countries because everybody had their own mining law and their own strategic list and all of this. I believe that we now have to be careful for another type of fragmentation, which is between different uses of raw materials. All those who are, and most of you who are in the raw material business, they know, it's not that you dig and then you find one raw material. You tend to find different things together. So for me, it's important that we keep raw material and policy and, the exploration, extraction, refining, and recycling, in a coherent policy and don't develop it depending on different sectors. Defense is important, but still, it's the same raw materials we use also for other uses. My third takeaway is kind of language, value chains. I realized today that when you talk about value chains, this is very much policy makers talking, how they imagine the world. But if you are a company and you have your project, this one project, maybe you think more like a school of fish. You move at your rhythm, but you move in a bigger group of other projects. And here again, and that means from your own perspective, the de-risking, all of this is different, and we have to understand that better. So we also have to develop a language to speak more between business and the policy making. Which takes me to my fourth takeaway, which is risk profile. In fact, a raw material, every raw material project has a very individual risk profile. It's almost like, you know, a person has a fingerprint, which is very individual as well. And I feel as policymakers, we still don't have enough understanding how you build this risk profile, what it means, and what it means when we can actually de-risk with the tools we have. In Europe, we will come up with a proposal for the EU budget for the next 7 years in probably July. And it's important for us to understand how we can actually use the European budget, which is small, only 1% of GDP, and I don't expect the member states to give us more, so we have to be smarter with that budget, how we can actually take risk, allow you to go on, allow you to leverage private money or banks' money into it, and do your thing and get to the next level on your risk profile journey. And then we can use the budget again when, you know, you are completing your project. But we need to have a more serious conversation, and I think on raw materials, I've worked in kind of technical startup world. I was also on a venture fund in the board, but your area, your projects, they are very special, and we have to understand that better. And we are planning to propose a competitiveness fund, which would bring together the 50 programs we have at the moment for competitiveness to support it. But, you know, as a company, where should I apply? And so we want to make that much more easy for companies to access and also have a greater flexibility to support the journey of a company, not only one phase that we would, you know, cover with one program. And then, of course, then there's the fifth point, which very clearly for me is Europe. Europe came out very strong today. And I want to quote Jean Monnet, who said, "I'm not optimistic, I'm not pessimistic, I'm determined." And I think that's what you've seen today, and that's what I've seen from you also today. And, you know, with a wonderful team from DG GROW, and across the Commission, we also have other colleagues from other DGs working with us. You can take it that we are very determined to move on. And with this, I'd like to pass the floor to Christoph and your teams who have imagined this day, and you've put it into practice in a really great program. I think it was a very energizing day, at least for me. I'm very motivated and determined, and floor is to you, Christoph. Thank you.
It will be really hard for me to say something as brilliant as Kerstin said, these takeaways. So, but let's look what I have noted here for these conclusions. Yes, of course, we are just a year after entry into force the Critical Raw Materials Act, and we have seen today also that some of our priorities regarding the aims of Critical Raw Materials Act, it is support of energy transition, of electromobility, of cyber industry and defense and space industry. But it is also a question, this is all we should support, all these industries, or maybe another also, who knows? So this is one of the possible questions. When we look for this last year, I have to stress, really underline that we have two important steps. One is the first call, finalized first call of strategic projects. And the second important step is the first drafts of national exploration programs. These are these two really significant steps. One of them is for now. The second one is for somewhere in the future. But it is also very necessary. Of course, when we look at the Critical Raw Materials Act and how many issues are within this act, we have opportunity today to say only on a few topics. Yes, and some of them were lacking today because of the deficiency of time. We have to have a 3 days conference, not 1 day. I think that the things which were not discussed more in detail are these waste sources of critical raw materials. It is an interesting issue which should be discussed more and more, especially regarding these, let's say, problems with new mines in the European Union. And also, it was inspiring me this part discussion about the stockpiling issue. It was just beginning of this discussion of the role of EU, European Commission, or maybe each member state regarding stockpiling, any stockpiling system. Yeah, like JOGMEC, like the such system which is in the US for 100 years. So this is also very important, and we don't talk almost all not about ESG. Yeah, this is also a great challenge for us. So so I think that we said, and Madalina probably said, that we have some legislative framework, but there is a lot of actions which should be, let's say, another type of actions, soft actions, not legislative framework base, and some of them were discussed today. This is an issue of social license to operate, how to develop this problem as much as we can, not only at EU level, but at the country level and regional level and the local level, how to put let's say, the possible best solutions, any templates of community development agreements or something like that. A lot of education at different levels, and also intensive improvement of skills in the area of raw materials. We discuss a lot about financing support, financing possible, let's say, guarantees, and also market protection, and this stockpiling and price stabilization. But for me, it was still deficit of this discussion in this area. And I believe that we should do more in this area. And there is very important for me also to remember that we are not alone, that we can be in the family of countries working together regarding critical raw materials, not only you, but also our neighbors in Europe, but also Canada, Australia, many African, Latin American countries, Asian countries. Yes, that's the thing which is one of the most important from my point of view in this whole area. Okay, what else? I would like to underline also that these possible tools and activities towards attracting of private capital to develop raw materials industry in European Union, it is also a great challenge. And of course, I would suppose also to try to make such, let's say, mapping and making available all possible streams of financial support, different types of financial support for strategic projects. It will be, I would suggest such task for all of us to prepare. Okay. Moreover, I would like to share information that Poland is currently co-chairing a working group on exploring the potential for a future IPCEI project on raw materials. So this is also, in my opinion, an important future issue, how to support some of the projects, especially the most innovative ones, in my opinion. Okay, to summarize, I think that this is our aim to deliver brief conclusions of this conference, 2, maybe 3 pages in the next days, or a week, I hope so. Of course, to DigiGrow, of course also to EU Council. I will do my best to put it on the agenda of the Competitiveness Council, next Competitiveness Council. And I believe, as Hildegarda was with us, that it will be also well heard in European Parliament. So, I hope it will be some kind, it is a very official sentence, that I hope that it will be kind of our legacy and of our activities within Polish presidency or in EU Council this half of a year. Okay, so what else? Thanks. I would like to thank my team from Ministry and team from Polish Geological Institute, and also excellent cooperation with DigiGrow and DigiGrow support. And I would like to thank Mark and all panelists and all moderators. You give us the quality of this conference. One technical information is, I believe it will be possible to make available a video recording from today's conference to be at open access. I'm not sure about this because our decisions in our government are not so very easy. But I will do my best to make it available for open online. And the last thing, I think that during the gala dinner we have the opportunity to continue our discussion in smaller groups, and some of you will go to site visits tomorrow. Unfortunately, not me, because in this place I will have another presidency conference tomorrow on geothermal energy. So thanks a lot.
A couple of small practicalities. The thing you've, of course, all been looking forward to most is the gala dinner. It is sadly only for registered participants. I've been told to say that. It's not my choice. So the details are there. It's about 15 minutes walk from here. The details for the site visit, the field trip tomorrow, are not the first entrance to the university. It's the second entrance, very clearly marked. If you can convene there at the appointed time. The registered participants all have details. I don't need to go through it. I look forward to speaking with you at dinner, and I thank you all for the honor of chairing such a lovely event. Thank you all so much.